Good afternoon. I call to order the regular city council meeting for this Tuesday, January 20th. If you have electronic devices, please put them on silent or mute. City clerk, the roll call, please.
Blessum.
Here.
Fuller.
Here.
Hayes. Here. Janser.
Here.
Olson. Here. Pittner.
Here.
And Samuelson.
Here.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 3 on the agenda is the mayor's report. There have been a number of activities that I've been involved in. I welcomed kicked off the marketplace for kids, had my regular one-on-ones with the city manager and city attorney. I was able to converse with some third graders up at North Plains Elementary on the base. That was a lot of fun, and took part in the Minot Public Schools strategic planning session that they had. Attended the regular meetings of Task Force 21 and the Chamber EDC board. Participated in the city quarterly employee awards, and had a couple of meetings of the All Seasons Arena board. Went to the Downtown Business and Professional Association annual meeting. Was inducted with others at the Minot Air Force Base Honorary Commanders event, and had a meeting with some citizens and the engineers working on the flood protection project and the roundabout over on 6th Street and 2nd Avenue, and additional calls and emails and so forth. So any questions on my report? Seeing none, we'll move on. Next up is the city manager's report. City manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good evening. My report is attached, but I'd just like to make a few comments. So first and foremost, unfortunately, I had a little medical setback last month. I was out for a few weeks, as many of you know, right before Christmas. But I really appreciate Dave Lakefield stepping up and then serving in my stead as the assistant city manager and acting city manager, at that time. And then just the rest of the staff, right? So it's a sign of, I've been part of many great organizations in the past, and it's a sign of a really strong organization when, you can't do anything, but your team is doing it. So I just want to give a public shout out to the entire team and how much I appreciate that. I had a lot of great meetings over the last couple weeks. Met with a number of external partners, including SBPC. Met with SRT. They did an exercise that we were invited to participate in. I really appreciate that. We had our annual meeting with Xcel Energy. Went to the DBPA annual meeting. Also honored, and I appreciate the chamber sponsoring this the great relationship we have with Minot Air Force Base. So honored to have been selected to be Colonel Richard Ziegler's honorary commander of the 5th Mission Support Group. So Breck, I really appreciate you and your team for doing that. And fortunately, I was telling the mayor today that I was teaming up with Colonel Ziegler earlier this summer without knowing that was happening. Just as a former Mission Support Group commander myself, just reaching out to him and working with his team. So I think we got some great things coming there. Also, as a part of my report, there's an extra tab I just wanted to share. Alderwoman Olson leads our Committee on Child Care, and we do have just something for the public's information we just want to share with everybody. So this is the first time it's out, but the First Children's Finance did conduct a comprehensive gap analysis, supply and demand of the Minot area, child care supply and demand. So that's in your report as well. Mr. Mayor, members of council, pending any questions?
Any questions for the city manager? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Section 5. Section 5 is our consent items. I've been asked to pull item 5.2, number 2. Other than that, what are your wishes?
Move approval on the remaining items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So all of these consent items will be passed under this one motion. If there's anybody in the audience who is here for one of these items and you would like it discussed individually, can you please let me know now and we'll pull it for individual discussion. Okay, seeing no one, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right, then next we'll deal with item 5.2.2. And this is a ordinance on second reading, which is a zoning map amendment entitled 1920 Valley Street. And we are going to vote on this separately because, City Attorney.
Mayor Janser and members of the council, so Alderman Hayes has indicated his intention to abstain from this vote due to a conflict of interest. So the typical procedure for that is to disclose what the conflict is for the council and the public to be aware of, and then the council has the opportunity to waive that conflict on the record. So with that, if you'll yield to Alderman Hayes, he'll explain what that conflict is, and if any member of the council wishes to make a motion to allow him to participate in that vote, he can. If not, his intention will be to abstain from that
Alderman
vote.
Hayes.
I have direct financial involvement in that particular property.
Okay. Given that circumstance, what are the wishes of the council?
I'll make a motion to approve it with Alderman Hayes abstaining.
Okay. Alderman Blessam.
Are we, do we need a vote on the abstention, or is the motion in order directly with that?
So if there are additional questions about whether or not the abstention is appropriate, those could be directed to Alderman Hayes at this time to determine whether or not the council believes that truly is a conflict of interest. And an motion could be entertained as well by the council to approve the abstention. But the motion on the floor, I think, is to approve with Alderman Hayes abstaining, given the explanation that he's provided. But if you have further questions, now would be the time to ask those to Alderman Hayes.
That is in order. That's all I'm asking. It is in order to move the item with the abstention.
Yes.
Yeah, so the motion is in order, declared in order. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
City
just a
Manager.
comment. I'm getting some signals from the back that they can't hear us that well. So I think Jennifer Kleen mentioned earlier just to make sure we're talking close to the mic today. So can you hear me okay now? I should be in an AT&T commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now? I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
Mayor Janser, that may be me. I think I was maybe speaking into a mic that's not active. So long and short is the motion is in order was the statement that I had made. And if there were any questions that needed to be entertained this time to Alderman Hayes as to the nature of that particular conflict, now would be the time to ask those to him.
Seeing none, it appears that we're ready to vote on the motion on the floor. Let's go ahead and cast our votes.
The motion passed 6-0. Alderman Hayes abstained.
All right, that takes care of Section 5. We're moving on to action items, which is Section 6. And first up is item 6.1, which is to approve changes to the city clerk and assistant city manager roles. I'm going to ask our HR director to come up and kind of tee this up for us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So in front of you today, we have a couple of changes that went through civil service. We are looking to regrade our assistant city manager role from a 94 down to a 91, resulting in about $11,000 annual savings. The main driver behind that is when we rewrote the job description, we pulled out the public works group that was the direct support function prior to in the old assistant city manager role. This one, the supervisor's roles are a little more strategic function in nature, or support functions in nature, and it emphasizes strategic planning, process improvement, and other projects as assigned, so a little more administrative than the prior assistant city manager role, resulting in a downgrade from a 94 to a 91. So that's a change on that one. The second one is the city clerk role. We were requested to regrade that position, so we took a look at it, ran it through that same rubric that we ran the assistant city manager through. It graded out as a 68. We brought it to civil service. They graded it as a 69, so we're looking to get your input and feedback on where to grade that. I would support the civil service rating of 69. I would support our rating of 68 through the rubric, so whatever you're comfortable with. And so that's kind of the idea behind that. With this city clerk one, we took a look at the job description, the duties that were being done by the role. Our city manager provided his input on what his expectations of that role were. With the elimination of the executive secretary role, some of the job duties from that rolled into the city clerk role as well, and that's what prompted the regrading on that position.
Okay, any questions for the HR director?
Just
Alderman Pittman.
again, I don't know if it matters, but in the memo it states changing the grade from assistant city manager role from a 91 to a 94. That's a typo,
Oh,
correct?
shoot, that's backwards. It
Nope,
should be
I just wanna
94
make
to
sure.
91. Thank you.
For the record.
That's correct.
Any further, thank you, Alderman Pittner. Any further questions for the HR director?
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Blessam.
how do we reconcile the differences between what the Civil Service Commission and the recommendations of staff are, and I don't know if this is for the city attorney, Kelly, as a council, I mean, I guess we can just make a decision and make a motion to accept one or the other, but that process is meant to be an incremental set of steps. Sort of like the planning commission makes a recommendation, and that's typically what we would accept. And so, did I catch that right, Kelly? The recommendation of HR is 68.
Correct.
For whatever reason, the Civil Service Commission chose a different number, which I know there's even other numbers floating out there in the discussion here that are a little bit higher even than those two. And so I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of direction on, because to me this is a process,
Yep.
and there are big legal implications to not getting this process right.
Correct.
Because if you're not treating people the same, it can lead to lawsuits.
Sure can.
And so I spent a lot of time working very closely with HR folks in my past. And I got really tempered, and I never ended up in court, which is maybe a good thing. So I've got some of the right stuff in my mind. But that says to me that you follow your process. You have a process, you set it up, you follow it, and you use it. So how do we reconcile these numbers that we've got floating in front of us to try to come to a decision?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Blessam. So how it works is we've got a scoring tool that we put each job description through a rubric, and it comes up with a score, and that score translates to a grade. Now, our grade steps are 2.5%, so it's a fairly small incremental, and sometimes the grading tool isn't perfect. It's the one that we have. Our pay scale isn't perfect, but it's the one that we have. We try to operate within those means and norms. There are exceptions. You'll see on your very next agenda item, I'll be very transparent. We did grant an exception for the finance manager that originally graded out at a 70, but because of the skills required, the expectations of the role, the overall scope and duties of the job, HR's recommendation was a 72. So that being said, the tool captures objectively the skills and tools needed for the job. Sometimes with job descriptions, and this is where it doesn't always encompass everything fully. It can cover the facets of it, but sometimes there's nuance that civil service believed that the nuance in the role of the city clerk deserved a higher grade. And that's where they came up with that number of one step higher.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can continue.
Go ahead.
So to the city attorney, am I right in thinking that the Civil Service Commission is a recommendation just like the Planning Committee would be? Or is this, or does their determination hold a stronger weight for us, or should it?
Mayor Janser and Alderman Blessum, so it's a recommendation. And how, I'm not familiar with the rubric that HR uses, so I can't speak to that, like what the calculations are, what changes cause the rubric number to go up or down. But what you've generally articulated is correct in the scope of the law, is that the rubric is going to set what the standard is, and if you're going to deviate from that, you have to articulate what the mitigating circumstances are that's going to cause that needle to shift one direction or the other, and then apply that equitably to individuals that are appearing before. So that, that legally is like the general guidance that's being offered for that, but it's a recommendation to the council. If the council wants to change what that grade is, it can. My recommendation would be, though, to just offer mitigating factors to indicate why that grade should move up or down. So, maybe Director Beck, if you could offer some more insight into what the rubric is, what goes into calculating that grade, that could maybe offer some more of an explanation for the council as to what consideration, what factors they should be thinking of that could cause that grade to go up or down.
Yep. Mayor Janser, members of council. So there's an accountability impact. There's a mental effort and complexity that goes into it, an education and knowledge factor. It's eight different factors that come out of 1,000 points. Experience level that we're looking for in that role, whether the role is supervisory or not, the interpersonal relationships, effects with key stakeholders, et cetera, in the community and within the city, and then the physical environment. And so when running this one through the accountability impact, there's high risk stuff like compliance, elections, investigations that the city clerk oversees and manages. It's citywide directives, helping coordinate budgets, et cetera. The mental effort and complexity, it does require deep analysis, solution balancing, ordinance interpretation, which is huge, and digital shifts and some decision making. There's education knowledge. We do require a bachelor's degree, a good knowledge and understanding of ordinances and expertise in those laws. And there's a couple of certificates, the CMC and the CAPMC, which is drawing a blank on what that stands for. I apologize. It's basically a project management. Experience in the role. We want somebody who ideally has 7 or more years of experience, ideally in government. Supervisory, this role doesn't have any direct reports, but it does oversee an office and complex workflows. And then the interpersonal skills as this role, they interact with the city manager, they interact with members of council, the mayor, et cetera, public facing to all of the city at this point. And then the physical environment, which is a normal office setting with some stress, and then evening work is required as well on occasion, about every 2 weeks roughly.
Go ahead, Mr. Alderman. City Attorney, go ahead.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum. Director Beck, so there was a change that was made at the Civil Service Commission level to increase this one grade. Am I recalling correctly? Can you articulate what some of the factors were that the council was, or the Civil Service Commission was thinking of when they decided to make that grade change?
Yes. The things that they were considering were the complexity and scope of some of the decision-making and some of the expectations on this role put on as per the city manager's changes to the role when it comes to things like assisting with budgetary process, when it comes to weighing in and sitting in meetings and helping to be a bit of a strategic partner to the city manager and the department heads. And so with that merited a higher grade, in their opinion.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessum.
Thank you. I always feel uncomfortable when we're not working inside a motion. So I would like to move forward with a motion on the city clerk role specifically, that we accept HR's proposal at 68.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
If I can continue, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Alderman Blessum.
Okay, and I just want to lay out my thinking here, and it goes back to what I said at the beginning and the questions I asked you, Kelly. As a city and as any big organization, the city government in the city of Minot is a major employer. We have nearly 500 employees, and we have to get this kind of stuff right. And everything in my background tells me you run your process, you follow your process, and you use that. If the process turns out to be flawed, you adjust it and you do it again the next time. I also want to separate very, very clearly what we're talking about here. This is a job description, not a person. We're talking about a job description that we have to think of in terms of if we hired it, what should it look like and how should it be graded? I guess I'll use this to illustrate one of the things that I've said very clearly from the time I was a candidate for this position. This is exactly why we need performance-based pay at the city of Minot. Because when we have stellar performers and roles that knock it out of the park day after day after day, we have to take care of them. That's a different question than whether a job should be graded as a certain grade or not. And so that's why I bring the motion. It's not because I disagree with the pay scales associated with 69 or 70 or 71. I'm not worried about any of those. In fact, I had a conversation with the city manager this morning where we talked through this a little bit. And my biggest point is I don't want to be in the processes that you guys go through. This is the work you do, and you do it well. I trust that process. That's why my motion is to trust the process the HR director and team went through. Now, when we just did this with members of your team, we did the exact same process, and I asked you the questions about budgetary things, or at least made the comments. We have to trust that part of it. And so I'll say to my colleagues, we have to find a way to separate this from the individual who's in the role today. And I'm in no way saying whether that person is worthy of what we're talking about. In fact, there's cases to be made that maybe this isn't the right role long-term and that there are bigger and better things that could be there. So we got to be careful about what we're doing here. If we arbitrarily start moving things around because of the name attached to a role, we run into some really big legal problems down the road. So my vote will be yes on this. I'm not expecting everybody to follow me. I understand that. But at the same time, this is the correct approach, whether anybody likes it or doesn't.
Further discussion. Alderman Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kelly, real quick, in your conversations with civil service and everything, did they indicate why they thought it should be a step higher versus what our rubric gave them?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Fuller. They indicated because of the complexity of the tasks added by the city manager to the job description, which include critical thinking, evaluating problems, being a strategic partner in that sense, they thought it merited a higher rating than the 68.
Okay, and were you okay when they gave you that information? You're like, I can get behind that, or?
Logically, it made sense, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Did it grade out that way in the tool? No. And again, I would go back to, is our tool perfect? No. Are our job descriptions perfect? No. It's all part of a greater exercise. This one comes ahead of a greater exercise that we're currently working through in my department this quarter to make sure that our job descriptions are accurate. And it goes back to the work we did with Heron Palmer last year to make sure that if we are going to move to performance-based pay, are our job descriptions accurate? Are people being paid appropriately? We didn't do a market study last year, so there were no market increases. In 2024, they did a third of the market, and then the decision was made by council to either do the market adjustment or the salary step. And so it's a piece in a greater puzzle that we are trying to put together and solve for 2027.
Okay, but you see some of these corrections, and if I'm understanding what you said, you see some of these corrections as what we need to do to get to the performance-based pay system that we've talked about for the last year plus.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion. Alderman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to agree with Alderman Blessum that we are determining a pay level for a position and not a person. But we're setting the precedents now. This position is unique because of the changes that happened with cutting out the position of executive secretary. So we haven't had that before to compare it to. And so right now, we're setting the groundwork for what this position should be. So with that in mind, I am going to make an amendment that we make the pay grade a 69 instead of a 68.
Is there a second to, or City Attorney, you want to weigh in here?
So the motion on the floor, I believe, is to accept HR's proposal as a 68. And so I think amending it to a 69 may be contrary enough to the motion that's on the floor. that we should dispose of the motion at hand and then introduce that as a second motion.
Okay, that's the course that I will take then. So are you saying that we should vote on the 68 and then?
That'd be my recommendation, is
All
to,
right.
is to call the question on the 68 and then reintroduce the motion, your motion, changing the grade back as a second motion, should that motion fail.
Okay, that is what I will do. Thank you.
Okay. So further discussion.
Real quick.
Alderman
just
Fuller.
One more question for Kelly. Kelly, since I guess I didn't look at it or I didn't see it spelled out in there, if we're adding duties that were on the executive secretary before to the city clerks, I mean, how much of the duties are transferring over? I guess that maybe that's an important question to ask. Is it, 5 things or is it all of the things?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Fuller, it's basically pretty much all of the things that role was doing. So the city clerk has moved into that role. She's now, the incumbent is front-facing in that front office, helps manage the city manager's calendar, answers any phone calls that may come in, et cetera, that the executive secretary was doing prior.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Blessam.
one question on that, Kelly, because this doesn't reconcile right in my mind. If you think of it as averaging the role, we're adding things that, I assume that executive secretary was at a lower, do you know what the job grade was on that one?
Alderman Blessam, I believe it was a
55.
55.
And so again, just thinking about it conceptually, there may be more work. That's a different question than the level of that work. Now, the things I think that are important are the things related to the processes that the city manager is doing, budgetary processes, things like that. Those are higher level roles that I think we're pulling the clerk up into, as opposed to sort of averaging the clerk down because of the other pieces that were part of a lower level role. But the point of all of that is that that's exactly what your rubric does. That's the point of it, is that it takes all those pieces, flawed or not, that is the process. And so again, I just, that was just all a statement. It wasn't really a question. I apologize. But I'll just caution my colleagues again. We can do this, but we are entering a world now of arbitrarily having the council decide job grade. And I don't like that process. And so, I think the one interesting thing, the Civil Service Commission bringing that side of it, I'm still not comfortable with how much I should be weighing that. For me, it's an arbitrary set of individuals from the community that we say, take some advice and give a recommendation, right? They're not experts in your field. They're not experts in the rubric. They take testimony sort of and give us a recommendation. Is that?
Well, actually, a couple of them are HR professionals.
And that's great that we
So,
filled it with that today.
You know,
But that's not a requirement even of that role, right? So I just want to make sure that we're not stepping beyond what our paid professionals in the positions in the city are giving us recommendations on, because it really gets to feel arbitrary because we'd like a few more dollars flowing. I mean, that's because I would rather fix the dollar side than fix the job description.
Alderman Pittner, did you have a comment?
Yeah, no, and I have no questions for Kelly. I don't know if anybody else does. But and again, I'm not. This is just something popped into my head when you said that, Mike. That's us. Some arbitrary members that people elected to take some advice and make decisions. And again, so I'll actually vote no on this motion. I would support the 69. I believe because the system, is it perfect? No. Is just picking and throwing a number at a wall, the right idea? No. We do have some evidence or something to support us from the Civil Service Commission. We did remove a position from our budget in the executive secretary, and those responsibilities have fallen on to this person and to this role. Is there a case to be made? There should be a position added back in for a deputy clerk to manage some of those things rather than see a pay increase and replace the executive secretary. I don't know. Those are conversations for a budget cycle. So I'll vote no on this. I do feel comfortable moving with the Civil Service's recommendation of a 69. I think you could argue there was some other numbers floated out there that was stated, a 70, a 71. I think you could get there. I think you could justify that. A little bit of wordsmithing in a job description might get you there. I'm not sure, but there is, as much as I respect and appreciate, it'd be perfect if we had a rubric, we could punch these things in and, beep boop, we get a number. It's just, there is a human aspect that I weigh in this, and I believe the Civil Service Commission is enough to get me there, so.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessam.
So one of the things I get really concerned about, especially if we start to go down the path of saying, well, shoot, I mean, with a few wording changes, it might be a 70 or 71. Well, Michaela's top notch. She's a 90, okay? Like, what we got to be really careful here, because we're not grading Michaela. We're grading a job. And so when we start to say, well, shoot, a couple word tweaks might have been a 70 or a 71, boy, we're in danger zone. And now you've got a set of people in the HR department that just got graded that didn't have this hearing because, again, I pulled it. I guess I maybe should have put that much scrutiny in it. But as I said at the beginning, I want no part of this process. This is why we hire professionals to do it. And I think we ought to take their advice. I've been lectured a lot over not taking the advice of our staff, trying to do it.
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess since Paul and Mike had, one of the things I guess why we're talking about this is, and Mike, you kind of hit on it earlier, let's say that our city clerk, as we currently see her, decides to take a step up or another position within the city, and then we have to hire somebody that does not have the qualifications, the experience, and everything else of her. Are we comfortable with it at a 69 then, or are we comfortable, like you said, at a 68? I think it's tough to separate the person from the position. I mean, it really is, because like you said, she's a 90. She does everything that we could ever ask of her. But I'm not trying to grade her job. I'm trying to grade, if she takes that next job, who are we going to bring in here and what should they start at? Kelly, what do you think about that?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I hesitate to step far out of the tools that we have, this, for me, is not a reflection of the incumbent of the role, but the position itself. Our incumbent is an excellent employee who excels in every single facet of her job. She goes above and beyond at every scope of her role and at every single turn. But the role itself grades out at a 68 or a 69. And candidly, I trust our Civil Service Commission. I trust their recommendation. Is it the same recommendation that my staff gave? No, and that's why we're here. But I think the role, at the end of the day, it's a 2.5% difference. It's fairly minimal. I think there could be an argument made in both directions. Again, I go back to the tool we have isn't perfect, but you will hear on our very next one that they are asking for an exception outside of where it graded. It graded at a 70, but in further discussion about it, the skills required, the expectations of the roles, the scope of the job, we decided that probably a 72 was more appropriate. So it goes back to the tool isn't perfect, but it's the tool that we have, and we're working to fix things long-term. We're just not there yet, and it's going to be a project for this year.
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kelly, so if, let's just say, the individual in this position were to take another role, leave the organization, would this be the job description that would go out, or would this be reworked? Would there be, would you look at the necessary special requirements of, certified municipal clerk, CAPM? Would you look at, I should say, lowering the standards of the position because you may not get someone in there that has those certifications?
We would look to fill it with this job description. This is the expectation of the city manager. It's the expectation that the role has been grown into over the last several years. And so 2021 was the last iteration of it. What the job does from 2021 till now is different. And so we would look at the 2026 expectations of the role as it's written now.
Okay, further questions? Alderman Hayes.
What additional workload do you feel percentage-wise was added to the position?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Hayes, I can't speak comfortably to that. I would say probably 15 to 20% seems accurate. I mean, it was bulk of administrative work that was picked up through the executive secretary role. So it depends upon the volume of calls coming in. It depends upon how much the city manager relies on the city clerk to handle calendaring and scheduling and coordinating those sorts of things. The bulk of the changes to the job have come through the expectations of the city manager in terms of being present and available for meetings, participating in the budgetary process, helping with decision-making, being a part of those conversations on a whole.
Okay, coming into the meeting tonight, I had it as a 70. You talk about mitigating circumstances, the additional workload put on there, that mitigates any issues legally. There is additional work. For the position itself, I don't know if we're able to back that or ratchet it back down if the position ever became vacant. Secondly, to employee retention alone, just the cost to replace an employee, whether it be city clerk, city manager, somebody in the public works department, the employee retention and the cost to retrain is horrendous. And that being said, I'll vote no on the original motion and I would lobby for 70.
Further discussion? Alderman Samuelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is kind of a tough one, but I do accept the present perception that Alderman Blessing brings, because this is for a position. And we are looking at the system and how it works and what our staff is supposed to do. I agree Michaela's a 90. And that is one of the reasons why some of us has pushed for a merit-based pay, and it should be. And that's how it should be handled. But we're looking at a position and not necessarily, a person itself. So I will support the motion, and like I guess it has nothing to do with the person that's in that role, because I think we need to move forward with merit-based pay, and this is one of the situations where it should be looked at.
Further discussion? All right. Thank you, Director Beck. We have a motion on the floor. I see no further discussion. Let's go ahead and cast our votes on the motion at hand.
The motion failed 2-5 with dissents from Fuller, Hayes, Janser, Olson, and Pittner.
All right. Alderman Olson, did you have another motion?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. So I would move that we uphold the recommendation of the Civil Service Commission and have this position graded at a 69.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none?
I have just a procedural
City
clarification question.
Attorney.
So I'm looking at, and this might be a David Lakefield question or a Kelly Beck question, but under section 24-36 of the ordinance, it talks about reclassifications won't take effect until approved by the commission and the auditor certifies that sufficient unencumbered monies are available in the appropriate accounts in the budget for the fiscal year during which the reclassification occurs to pay for any resulting salary increase. If approved, I think the memo mentions that increase being effective the next the next pay period, but there's not a budget amendment that's attached to the item that's at hand. So is that something that's contemplating coming forward at another time, or are there sufficient funds available in the necessary accounts?
Finance Director Lakefield.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, at this time, there's a couple of things that weigh into this. First of all, the assistant city manager position is currently vacant, and we anticipate that that'll take some time to fill that. So that will create salary savings that would be available to offset this additional cost. And in addition with that, the next part of this item is the changes to the assistant city manager classification to downgrade that, which again would make funding available in that line item.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the finance director? Okay, so further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on this motion.
The motion passed 6-1 with dissent from Alderman Blessing.
All right, so that takes care of item 1.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
So I'll bring a motion to accept the recommendation to downgrade the assistant city manager role from 94 to 91, with one additional caveat that that position be held open through the budget process for this year and implemented after July 1.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
If I could.
Go ahead, Alderman
Just to give a
Blessing.
little explanation on that, this is, as I'm out in the community, this is one of the things that I hear about a lot. Why do we have it in the first place? One of the things that's very, very important to me, though, is that we have continuity in our government. And what we saw out of the incumbent today, out of Mr. Joyce, is that having a capable assistant city manager ready to step into the role of the city manager role mattered a lot for us through the transition that occurred this summer. And so my mind has changed a little bit on this position overall, as long as that is what we get. And so I think that it probably is the right move, but I think, starting with over the next couple weeks here, we've got discussions that are going to be going on in working sessions where we walk through what the city manager's vision is for where we're headed. He and I had a conversation today where we talked about this a little bit, but I think the entire council needs to do that so that we understand his vision for that. And the item as laid out in here would have authorized it to go out the door and post. And I think we need a pause here as we talk through that a little bit, and this will give us some timing. Doesn't mean that if we get that done in this first session that we've got coming up, that we don't have it on a February item. But for now, I'd like to see that pause hold through the budget process to July.
All right. Alderman Olson.
Thank you. I can't support the motion simply because over the course of the years, we have certainly determined that the position is a necessary position. To be the city manager of a city this size and to have the number of direct reports that he has is overwhelming. And there is a purpose for the position. Just because we have it open doesn't mean we necessarily find the right person, but if we're holding off on it, maybe that right person was available and we're going to miss out on the opportunity. So I cannot vote in favor of this motion.
Further discussion? Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask our acting city manager, how do you feel about holding the position? Your vision, we're in a public forum, your vision for that position, since you've had a conversation with Mr. Blessum, Alderman Blessum about this, what's your vision for this role? We've seen a downgrade, so obviously we're losing some responsibilities in that position, just
maybe
a elevator pitch.
So, Mr. Mayor, Alderman Pittner, members of council. So, to Alderwoman Olson's point, yes, there is a number of direct reports that after a while, it's a bit, right? It's a lot. I've been trying to spend time with all of them. Right now, it's like 14, and learning everybody's role. Part of learning everybody's role, and I think I mentioned this during the interview process, by doing that, I also got a better feel of what I think we really need. So personally, as the job description is written, the major operational departments stay with the city manager. Okay, so a little different from that. From when I was the assistant city manager, utilities, public works operations, and engineering reported to me. So 3 major operating departments. All the administrative departments stayed with the former city manager. Of my personal experience going through that, that's a little much. They all deserve one-on-one time with their supervisor. They all deserve employee engagement. And there's still some of them, to be frank, I'm not exactly 100%. I don't want to say I don't know what they do. I do know what they do. I don't necessarily understand as comfortable as I'd like to understand being their direct supervisor and what they do day to day, right? So that's part of that. So as written, the administrative offices would report directly to the assistant city manager. So off the top of my head, kind of going through here, city assessor, HR, PIO, municipal, the clerk of courts, internal auditor. We've also had discussions of potentially adding, we have a new contract compliance officer that potentially gets added to that as we bring this person on. I've talked to Dave Lakefield and Jenna Zielinski about that, if that's the right fit. It's administrative work. We're trying to take a more corporate approach at looking at contracts. And the same with our new grant manager, Jody, to see if we bring that on to that level. In addition, this person would be the one who would be the lead for strategic planning for the organization. This person would be the one that would continue my emphasis on processes, continuing to get after process improvement and innovation would be the lead for that. And then finally, this person would clearly be the number two. So getting back to Alderman Blessam's point, this person would clearly be the person who provides for a continuity of government if that so happens, if that's necessary. That would be part of my hiring rubric, right? And those that I would ask to be on those interview panels, that we're bringing somebody that has experience in leadership roles, and we're very comfortable that if something happened to me, that they could fill right in. And again, we were able to do this, again, in the short term with Mr. Lakefield just recently, okay? And I get it, but that was the short term. That was 3 weeks. I think we'd be hard pressed to be asking the organization as it's operating today, not saying we didn't do it a few years ago, but the organization as we're operating it today and as I feel it needs to operate, I think having a qualified assistant city manager that does all those roles that I just mentioned is a necessity for us to move forward and to provide the best quality and efficient municipal services we can provide.
What was just point of clarification, what was the hold date on the motion?
July 1.
July 1. When is our first work session, our next work session?
This Friday, 23 January.
Further discussion? Seeing none,
Oh, I got a question again.
Alderman Pittner.
And I'm developing in my head. Mike, what are you thinking as far as, holding this until July 1, getting through the work sessions, just to feel comfortable with the job description, just to feel comfortable with the role?
Yeah, I think, one of the things that was important to me as we transitioned to Tom is that exactly what he is doing, that he got in there with each one. And he's a seasoned leader, so that helps this a lot. But as I think of this overall, I like to think of, a brand new city manager who hasn't done the full role in the past, immediately also trying to mentor someone who maybe hasn't done that role and that he did just for a short time. I'm just trying to spread the time a little. That's all that is. I think we've seen the value in having this done well, and I think that there's long-term value in that. And I think what he's got laid out probably makes better sense than how it was laid out before. I'm just trying to give it a little bit of time. If there's some, I guess, some heartburn about the time, maybe it's too long, that's fine. I think there should be some discussions that continue. If it makes more sense to say, hey, we're gonna have a couple of these sessions done, if we said April 1, I think we're getting most of what I'm looking for here.
Well, I'll offer that as amendment with the motion in place, with the hold date till March 1st. And I guess I'll wait for a second if there's one.
Second.
If I may continue, just again, I think I agree with your ideas, Mike, that again, if this is taking a different shape and if this is taking a different role, it's important that the city council take the advice of staff, listen to the advice of staff through that process in crafting that position, taking a different role and putting some thought behind that. Maybe that's the first agenda item on our first work session is discussing this role and what it looks like so that it can go out. But that's why I give the idea of March 1st, so that it allows us to keep moving things forward, but give some due diligence to the discussion on the position. And again, I'll leave it at that.
Further discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I
Alderman
don't have
Blessing.
any issue with it. I think, again, for me, it's the sort of the strategic thought process that we want to go through. And I think that gives us a couple additional discussions to get there. So I'm good with the amendment.
Further discussion.
So point of clarification, there's still amendment on the floor because there's a first and a second, unless you want to offer it as a friendly amendment, then
I'll offer
in
it as
that
a
case,
friendly
there's
amendment.
no objection by any other member that wants to vote on that independently.
I'm fine with that without objection,
Okay.
having it become the motion.
Any objection to the friendly amendment to make it March 1st? All right, seeing none, so we have that motion with the friendly amendment before us. Let's vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right. So we've taken care of that item. We will move on to,
Mayor, point of clarification. So one of the recommendations is to approve the changes to the city clerk and city manager job descriptions. I don't know if that was contemplated in the motions that have been passed so far. Can you confirm, city clerk, if that's what was? If not, I'd just recommend the council entertain a motion to approve the changes to those two job descriptions for city clerk and city manager.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
all right, moved and seconded to approve the job description changes. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
And then that takes us to item 6.2, which is to approve the finance manager job description. This is a recommendation from HR and the finance department. What are your wishes?
And then, Mayor, if I can make a point of order here too, so I believe they're also asking for a pay grade change. So the recommended action says it's recommended they approve the finance manager job description, authorize staff to move forward with filling 2 positions. But there's also a grade change. Is that correct? Whomever wants to address the item. I just want to make sure that the council is considering all of the requests that are being made.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this position of finance manager is not a position that currently exists, so this would be something that would be new. So the job description does include the grade in this case as well.
Questions for the finance director? City manager?
Dave, could you briefly explain, in our discussion that I've had with you and Jenna on kind of the organization, where we're reducing some of the direct reports to Jenna, and we're taking a current vacant financial analyst position, I believe it is, and moving that, downgrading that to a financial clerk, which would provide the delta in terms of savings and then addition on the new hire?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, exactly that. We had an opening in our department that was a financial specialist. So in the process of evaluating the work that's required of our department and what we anticipate coming in the future, we've looked at that and came to the conclusion that we'd be better served if we downgraded the open position from a financial specialist to a financial clerk, moved a lot more of the clerical duties and less complicated duties to that position, but then upgraded one of the existing accountant positions or one of the existing staff members to a financial or finance manager. And the anticipation with that is having some assistance for Jenna to spread out the supervisory load, the direct reports, as well as having somebody that's up to speed. It can help her compile the quarterly reports, the annual comprehensive financial report, assist with the audits, manage the capital assets program, just to have a little bit more depth of knowledge, so to speak, and fill that position from within.
Any further questions? Further
Question, Mr.
Alderman
Mayor.
Blessing.
And actually, it might be for the HR director, but do we have a method to do that from within process? I mean, can we designate that this essentially upgrades one of the current positions and ensure that it doesn't grow the organization?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, so this is a little bit of a unique situation in that we don't have an open position at that pay grade. So if we were to hire from outside of the organization, we can only make it work with our budget if we promote somebody from within to that position. Otherwise, we don't have the budget to make it work.
Okay, so if I can continue, so I guess
Go ahead.
I understand that, and that makes perfect sense. The question is it legal and does it follow policy? Is that, like, if we've got that position and we've got someone who's in public works and happens to have the job requirements and a great background, they just happen to have taken that job, do we have the ability to say, nope, you can't apply for that? Is that how that works?
And Mayor, Alderman Blessum, that I think maybe the HR director can address that. I was just looking at the job description here as well, and I don't see, and maybe I'm just missing it. I'm just looking at the job description. I'm not seeing here where it states that it's like internal promotion only. It talks about desired minimum training and experience, special requirements, but I don't see anything limiting it to like must first be an accountant within the finance department or some limiting language like that. I think typically if there's a career ladder or something like that attached to a job description, that'll be set forth in the job description. So I don't know if that's.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and I just want to be clear that it was intentional that this was not set up as a career ladder. Typically with the career ladders, it's time and grade that allows you to move up to that career ladder position. And we don't want to do that in this case. We don't want every person that's an accountant or a senior accountant to next have that career ladder step that after so many years they become finance managers. So that's one of the things, and this is a little bit of a nuance in this particular position. I would think we would have to consider applicants from all over. And if we did have somebody that was in the weeds that we didn't know about here that has the qualifications and the skills, and they were the ones that rose to the top in the selection process, that would be something we would have to consider, and we would possibly have to go with, we just wouldn't fill that position. We wouldn't be able to do it because we don't have the budget to make that work. We'd be adding FTEs unless we had something in the future where we had a vacancy, then we'd have to readdress it.
Alderman Fuller.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Real quick, Dave, just help me understand. So we're downgrading one position from what level to what level?
We would be downgrading, Mr. Mayor and Alderman Fuller, would be downgrading a financial specialist, which is a grade 58, to a financial clerk, which is a grade 48.
Okay. And then what are we raising the manager from her current position, the person that you're kind of thinking that's going to fill this role? She's going from a what to a 72? Or they are going, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Fuller, it depends. If it's somebody who is at the accountant level, that would be at a grade 60, I believe it is, 62. And if they're a senior accountant, they'd be at a grade 66. And the grade in the job description is a 72.
Okay, so somewhere between 6 and 10 up and somewhere around 10 down?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for the finance director? Okay, thank you, David. Further discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Blessum.
I'd like to hear from the HR director on how this process would work. So to be clear, Kelly, how do we, does Dave have that right, that we would post it with the intention of taking somebody from within, not even just within the city, but within that group, right? Because the budgetary issues, like we're in a public forum now, are we telling the city staff don't put in because it won't be filled that way? Like, how does that jive with, I mean, again, I got enough little HR people in my ear telling me stuff that sometimes things don't sit right, and that doesn't sit right.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessam, in no way, shape, or form would I discourage any city employee who is qualified for that role from applying for that role. Whether they're in public works, whether they're in finance, whether they're in HR. Now, that being said, the realistic odds of somebody filling those qualifications, I would say are 99 to 1 that they're probably in the finance department. And so we would open it internally to all of our employees, give every employee who is qualified an interview, and post it internally only. If the role were filled from somebody from another department, then we would have to look at how that affects Dave's budget. If he doesn't have the budgetary room for it, then it's a question of, do we fill this role at this time, or do we continue to hold on to this role and keep it in the background, keep it empty until we have the budgetary funds available? The idea is to create a little less stress on our comptroller, to give folks a little more supervisory experience to offset some of those duties that she is doing and that are being done and that need to be done that aren't being handled fully right now. And the hope is to fill it internally. The logic part of my brain says that person comes from finance, but it doesn't always work that way. And so if the person that comes out of the woodwork is not from the finance department, Dave would need to figure out how they're going to handle that from a budget perspective.
Further questions? Okay. Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. Further discussion? Seeing none, I believe we have a motion and a second. So let's proceed to vote.
I don't know that there was a
Did
motion.
we get a motion?
No, we did not.
Okay.
And
It must have started.
if I can just clarify too, like the recommended action, it says, the recommended action in the memo is to approve the finance manager job description and then authorize staff to move forward with filling the two positions. The two positions being the finance manager position and what's the second position? The financial clerk. And that's, job description's already been approved because that was the downgraded position, right?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the second position would be a financial clerk, and we had an existing job description for that position.
Okay. Alderman Fuller.
One more question, Dave, since you came back up. So am I understanding your term, when you're talking about this, the downgrade and the upgrade, we're basically going to be a net zero towards our budget? We're not going to spend an extra dollar hiring this person and downgrading the other one? Is that about accurate?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we actually anticipate it would be a slight salary savings.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the Finance Director? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Alderman Olson.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we approve this agenda item with the staff recommendations.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Pittner. Discussion of the motion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right, we move on to item 6.3, which is to recommendation to approve the subrecipient agreement with Minot Area Chamber EDC for the OLDCC Installation Readiness Grant. What are your wishes?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the recommendation. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's cast our votes.
The motion passed unanimously.
We're moving on to item 6.4. This is the approval of a professional airport architectural and engineering consultant service contract. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Alderman Blessam,
Second.
second by Alderman Fuller. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just
Alderman Blessam.
real briefly, once again, thanks to the airport director and her crew. They ran a great process as always. I've been a part of a few of these now, and just kudos to the city staff that do such a wonderful job with this overall. It was a good day of interviews, and we got to hear from some good professionals in the field. That'll serve us well.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Then we'll move on to item 6.5. This is a professional airport planning and environmental consulting services agreement. What are your wishes?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. Please cast your vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
We're on to item 6.6. This is the recommended action is that the City Council approve the Minot Police Department ALPR policy and authorize the implementation of the Axon ALPR system as per the restrictions set by the ALPR policy.
Move approval.
Moved by Alderman Olson. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Alderman Hayes. Discussion. Alderman Blessam.
Thank you. So I'm going to be very brief. We've had a lot of discussion about this, and should the item pass, we'll have a lot more discussion tonight. This item sets us on a path. If we pass it as is, we can put additional things in the policy. We can do some things to try to restrict its use. But this sets us on a path towards a surveillance state that I don't think any of us want. And so I just want to be clear about the decision in front of us right now. This is the gatekeeper right now. The steps after this don't solve any of it. This sets the path, and it sets us down a path that is not tenable, in my opinion, as Americans. So my vote will be no. Again, I've said throughout, I'll have some policy adjustments that I'll try to make, should there be a yes vote on this, but I would urge my colleagues, step back away from this line. We're about to step over a big one.
Further discussion. Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this has been a long, drawn-out conversation. And I respect that there's two sides to this. I just don't agree with Alderman Blessam's side of it. And that's no shot at my view or his. I'm going to vote to support it. I think it's about giving modern investigative tools to our department, to our officers, and supporting them. So I'm going to vote in favor of the motion.
Further discussion. Alderman Samuelson.
So I have a question on the motion. The motion is to approve the policy and to approve basically turning it on.
I believe that's correct, sir. Yes. Is that, can the motion maker? Yes. Okay, we're getting affirmation from Alderman Olson that is the motion.
So if I could continue.
Alderman Samuelson.
I won't support the motion. I agree with Alderman Blessam. It sets us on a path that's going to go far beyond what the ask is now. And I do some research and I go to other cities that implement it, and it goes farther than what we're talking about here. Pretty soon we're going to be flagged for parking tickets and other violations, traffic violations. I know that's not the intent of it right now, but that's where it goes in other places. I also, in the policy and stuff, it really doesn't go, for me, far enough as far as the hits that you get on this can be wrong. And it's proven that. Sometimes it misreads the state on that plate number. It's not foolproof, no matter how you look at it. I think it's the wrong way to go, and we deserve better than that as the citizens of Minot, in my opinion.
Alderman Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said this before, and I'll say it one last time. This is a tool that the Minot Police Department feels is a necessary tool to be able to do their job safely and effectively. They worked on a policy. Alderman Pittner was working with them. The policy is good. We approved it. There wasn't even really any discussion on the policy. So I don't understand exactly why this is the hill that we're going to die on as far as letting them turn it on. And if there are issues that come up in the future, we have not usurped our authority to pull back, to rein things in. We will still be sitting up here, or someone will be sitting up here. So it's not that if we vote to approve it tonight and things are going awry, that it can't be changed. So I will be in support of this motion.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessam.
To be clear on the policy language that was approved, I believe back in May, there was nothing whatsoever attached to it. We had already said that we weren't heading down the flock path, which is a totally different question, but very, very similar data in a similar database. That I think if we ever got to that point, I certainly hope we'd have another discussion, because it's a whole different type of technology that has the same type of data in the background. So that was part of that. The other part of it is that in my mind, at no point were we authorizing the system to be turned on simply by approving a set of policy language items 8 months ago. We're at the decision point now. The policy, if this is approved, we will have a long discussion ahead of us tonight on what that's going to look like and what adjustments need to be made in that policy to make sure that we have some semblance of protections in place for the public. Because as was mentioned, this is the beginning, you guys. We've had people come to the podium and tell us that, oh, constitutionality of this, it checks all the boxes. The courts have already ruled on it. No, that's not at all the case. We are very, very early in ALPR technology making its way through the courts, much like we are with many other cases of unsettled law. In fact, if anybody remembers, within the last couple of years, we had 40 years of precedent overturned by the Supreme Court. Okay, I think we all know what that ruling was. So settled law, there's really no such thing. The other thing that I'll tell you is that there's a Carpenter case that was a ruling on credit card data, which is very similar to this. Now, keep in mind, this is data that's not even held by a government. This is held by private companies that the government wanted access to. What the courts decided and what the Supreme Court decided in that case was, once you aggregate enough data to take up patterns of behavior and where people are going, it falls apart. And Carpenter said credit card data cannot be used by governments for that use. It says nothing about private companies collecting it. They can do so, but governments cannot use it. We are at the beginning of ALPR technology in terms of what the courts are going to say on it. What they've ruled on so far is, 4 cameras in certain parts of town, not ubiquitous cameras on every patrol vehicle throughout the city, grabbing your license plate multiple times a day and sticking it into a database. We are very early in the court cases, and I think we should not be lulled to sleep as free people because there's been a couple court cases so far on one side of the equation. This is a long-term thing that's going to be moving through the courts as this gets more and more used throughout.
Alderman Hayes.
You can argue the LPR system both ways. You can provide documentation both ways. By keeping a database of license plates, if the system was hijacked, it gives them no information. Doesn't give them personal information. It gives them a license plate number. That's it. No different than if they passed you on the street and wrote down your license plate number. They cannot get that. Secondly, we as a council approved and hired our chief of police. He seems to be pro this, and I think we ought to give him a chance to implement it. and follow who we hired to do a job, and if he thinks it's the right thing to do. But with Alderman Blessum, the flock system, I would be 100% against. It's just a completely different, cameras pick up not only the license plate, but the person in the vehicle. It's completely different. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I could, on
Alderman
that,
Blessem.
the flock system is a different mounting mechanism for the data. That's it. It's on a post. That's it. The LPR systems, to their own FAQ that I think they passed out, take down not just the license plate, but the make and model of the car, the color of the car. If it's at the right angle, that photo is going to have a person in it. They claim that it's not tied to a person. That's all fine. Like I'll give them that yes, it's not tracking people. Theoretically, if someone stole my car and took off with it, it's going to pick them up as they drive it. All we know is that that vehicle is where it was. It's still a step too far. It's still a step way too far. And I think, Alderman Hayes, with all due respect, sir, when we say I can see this and I can see it on both sides, as Americans err on freedom, err on the side of free, not on surveillance. If you can see it on both sides, don't err on the surveillance state side of the equation. I don't get that. Again, all due respect to our staff and people that work in the police department, I've voted for a lot of things that have made their lives better, I hope, and I hope I continue to do that in the future. This isn't about that. This is about whether, as a free people, we choose to have our data sitting in a database telling law enforcement where we go every day. That's what this is.
Error on
Alderman
the
Hayes.
side. It's if your child was abducted, and it goes back to the same thing. You want every resource you can get to find your child, your grandchild, your wife. If somebody's and if this system can help do that, that's a positive.
Mr.
The
Mayor, if I
flock
could.
system, the camera system, I know that's mounted to poles and it can fix, but the LPR that's mobile picks up a license plate. That's it. It doesn't pick up the driver, doesn't pick up the make and model of the car, it picks up the license plate. That's it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, on that point.
Alderman Blessem.
So that's a good point that I think we'd all want to take care of someone who is abducted, right? We have technology today, folks, where we could chip every single child that was born in the city of Minot. We could embed a chip in their body like we do animals, okay? We could do that. Would we all sit up here and vote to embed a chip in the body of every child born in our city simply because they might get abducted sometime down the road, and that tool would help us find them faster? Not a chance. I hope we'd be 7-0 saying don't chip every child. This is all a continuum. We choose where our line is, and I respect that others have different lines. I get that. I'm okay with that. But the point of it is, these arguments are not the ones for why, okay? You guys, this is still a step too far, and we all have to come to where that line is. I think we've seen where the line is for most, and so, Mr. Mayor, with that, I'll call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Get our equipment back ready to vote here. We will go ahead and take the vote.
The motion passed 4-3 with dissent from Blessem, Fuller, and Samuelson.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessem.
Okay, folks, we're headed down the rabbit hole. So we're going to start with the first motion to start adjusting the policy, because now that we've decided to take this policy decision, now we've got to start protecting the public. And I hope that my colleagues choose to join me in some of these. So the first one, which solves, I would say, 90% of my issues with this system and puts us at least in something that's tenable until a future council decides to do something different, is that I will move to direct staff to disable the collection and storage of data from the LPR technology.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, if I can continue.
Go ahead.
So one of the major issues with this technology is that it stores a database of your movements for 30 days. everywhere you go. Anytime you come in contact with a police officer that's got it turned on in their vehicle, it's going to mark down where you were at a certain time of day. The chief spoke passionately about what the needs were for his staff, and I am very cognizant of that. I want our officers safe. This motion will give them most of what they need. As they're driving down the street, they're going to be able to get a flash that says there's an issue. This vehicle, I should pull them over because there's something there. If they pull someone over, it's going to automatically run it. They're going to be able to see that there's a danger or some other warrant or something outstanding that's going to happen. We do not need to store this data. It doesn't need to be put into a database. It can be done live. It's done this way in other parts of the country. I would implore my colleagues, at least give the public these protections to not store every movement that they have day after day after day throughout their lives in a database to be searched by law enforcement.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Fuller.
Mike, question for you with this, because if you, on the second page, they talk about the two types of storing, right? Plates that aren't on the list versus plates that are on the list. Now, are you suggesting that we don't store any of them, or are you just saying don't store the ones that aren't on the list and then you can keep so many or none of them, like the hit ones?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could, to me, there's no reason to store any of it. The moment that you've got a hit up, you're working on pulling them over. You've got the vehicle, you're going to be able to do what you need to do. You don't need to store that data. You've already got it because you've got them right there. So again, I mean, I would love to hear from experts. We get into this thing about, okay, does it need to be stored for 15 seconds because that's what it takes to get it to the screen? My point here, folks, is that 30 days to store this data is, to me, is beyond the pale. We shouldn't be doing it. If we need a minute because that's what the system does to figure it out, it needs to be gone as soon as possible within the system to facilitate the public's privacy under the law.
Mr. Mayor, could I continue?
Alderman Fuller, go ahead.
Thank you. So I don't know, Chief or Dale or Captain Sundheim, if you guys are here. Quick question: when you hit a license plate that is not on the list, what is the metadata that is tied to that? Let's say, just as an example, I drive by 6 Minot PD officers in a day, and they all hit my plate, and I'm not on the list. Is the time, place, and date within the city tied to that metadata? So what I'm asking is somebody that could come down the road and extrapolate. Let's say my wife and I get in a fight, and she goes after me for something, right? She comes, and her attorney gets a subpoena to get that information from you. Could they track my movements across the city doing that, using that information?
So the question, just for clarification, Mayor Janser and Alderman Fuller, I'm sorry. So the question is, if someone were to get a subpoena or a court order for us to look at the system, could we go and search for where that system came in?
To part of that, the second part, I mean, is the data, the metadata that's attached to each hit. What I'm trying to figure out is, does it give GPS coordinates where they saw that license plate? Does it give a time of day? Does it give an area in the city? So somebody could extrapolate that data if they were able to get a hold of it and track me or my movements across the city.
So with a court order, the answer would be yes, we would access the system under a court order. Obviously, if a court gives us an order, we have to. We do have a representative Axon online to answer any of the technical issues. My belief is yes, that it would give you all that data, give you metadata. Is there any data that would not give?
Mayor Jansen, Alderman Fuller. So yes, so wherever our vehicle is, just like a body cam, the in-car system, which is what is run, the LPR is running through, everything has metadata attached to it. So it will tag where our vehicle was in relationship to when it recorded that. So it would record that type of metadata if that's what you're asking. And it would, in terms of a court order or retroactively, like we would still be limited to what our retention period is, right? So no matter what, if you say it's 15 days or whatever, and we get that court order looking for 30 days, we're not gonna have that data either, type of thing. It wouldn't supersede it. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Well, and that's kind of, thank you for answering that. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to figure out. Like, is there a way that somebody, if they wanted to, if we stored that data for 30 days or if we stored it for 10 days or whatever the number is, could they extrapolate and figure out where I was going around the city. I mean, I guess my question to you guys as police officers, and I know the need for this and why there's a need. Do you think that's fair to everybody out there that data is tracking where you're at on a daily basis? And if somebody wanted to use it in a nefarious way and they got a court order to do so, they could use that against any of us? I mean, and I know that isn't the intent of the system, but that's where we're talking about this slippery slope and the rabbit hole, you know?
So the question is on a court order, and to get to
Again,
that
yes.
level, a court order can order your personal video system to give that, or any video system. So we're talking about a high level. In order for somebody to reach that level, it has to be validated by a court. So yes, I would suggest that they would still have access to that information now through other cameras. It would be no different than going to Walmart with a court order and saying, I want your data on that. The difference is this is in a system in a police car. If the police car captured it with its on video camera, and a court order came in, we would have that same obligation. We'd still have to turn over that information. So to me, yes, I do feel like that's fair because it's a very high level.
Can I,
And Alderman Fuller, Mr. Mayor, just real quick, it's no different, as we explained before, it's no different than your phone or anything else. Right now, what we're looking at is, it's not on a wall, it's not anywhere else, it's not tracking you like that. It is getting license plates and license plate only. The retention for it is, most of the time, and we know this, crimes do not happen. They don't get solved like you see on CSI or anywhere else. Everything takes time. We have some of our investigators that will tell you sometimes it takes, due to embarrassment or whatever, for a victim to report a crime, and then for us to try and figure out what has taken place. And so trying to get rid of something, and I get exactly where you're coming from, but there is a balance on how we get to yes with some of these things to help the public as well. The tracking, if you court order can just about order anything. They can order your phone, download your Google. That's the true devil, Google. So, go ahead.
Well, real quick
And
though,
we've been
Chief,
there.
I choose to carry my phone. I'm not choosing to have you guys track me all over the city. There's a significant difference there, in my opinion.
Okay? And yes, you did choose to have your license plate read. Again, I'm going back to, you got a car, you got a license plate. You chose for me to be able, and anybody else out here, to be able to capture your license plate. That's a choice.
Absolutely, and I'm fine with that choice. I'm not fine necessarily with storing it for a period of time on non-hits, because then, again, if for some reason somebody wants to come back and look at data later, and we've kept it for 30 days and it shows a pattern or whatever it is, I'm not necessarily sure that's what we're looking for that information to do, right?
But that's not going to be on our vehicles. Because when you start, you're now saying that there's a squad car, hypothetically, you're saying there's a squad car following you around for 30 days, capturing your license plate everywhere. That's the scenario. The answer to that is absolutely not. If it hits you one spot here, that's it. If they capture it, we're going to say on the other side of town, that's it. That's a different squad. But if my officers are following you around and tracking your movements, we've got another problem that I need to address. So, yes, sir.
Alderman Hayes.
Okay, Chief, with Alderman Blessum's motion to have no data retention at all, zero, how does that impact the system? As far as it impacts the system as far as not being able to, again, know what we're doing and why. If you got rid of all the data, your hits for stolen cars, whatnot, because all that comes down from a cloud, from the state. All these different hits and things you're talking about come from a cloud into the state. And now, if you're talking about wiping all that away and having nothing there, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify,
Alderman
just to
Blessing.
be clear about what the motion is here. So, as we talked about in the prior discussion, where we're sitting today, which we've just approved it now, so we're in a whole new world of we're implementing, so what are we doing, right? What I'm suggesting is that you still load the database daily or whatever you do with state and federal hits, just like you would, right? That's what you do. You lay that out so that every patrol officer, as they're moving throughout the city, as they pass a vehicle, it's going to read that plate. Okay, much as I hate it, that's what we just voted to say yes to. They're going to read the plate. It's going to bounce it against that database and say, yes, that's a hit. There's a warrant out for this person, or what we're looking for this vehicle, because we don't know it's a person, right? We're looking for the vehicle, so we find the vehicle.
Looking for the plate.
Yep, so you get the big red flashing thing, right? Your display lights up and says, this is a hit. That happens. My suggestion with this is that all still occurs. That all happens. That's what happens as you drive throughout the city. If you pull someone over, it's going to run that, it's going to read it and tell you, is there a hit against that database or isn't there? What I'm suggesting only here is that we not take the data as we're moving throughout the city of every single license plate we see and put it into a database and have it stored there so that for 30 days we construct, as Alderman Fuller talked about, we can reconstruct movements. Because remember the scenarios we were talking about. Oh, something happened, a hit and run near Sammy's. Let's see which vehicles went by there. The metadata is there. We can go run that search. I don't think it should be. This motion would make sure that it's not there. It's simply, it still gives the officers protection as they're moving throughout the city. It does the hits. As they pull someone over, it still runs it against the database and gives them information about who it is that they just pulled over, or which car they pulled over, apparently, because we're not worried about people, remember. It's just the car. That's all we're doing here. That's what this motion does. It says do not store either the actual reads throughout the city that are of innocent people. I would have, just remembering my day, I would have been read at least 4 times that I remember today as I passed by officers, okay? They would have been able to reconstruct my movements pretty well for today. That's what the data will be. I'm suggesting we do not store that. We still give them the live hits.
So then,
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I won't support the motion. I think part of this tool is part of the tool not only for officers but for investigations in solving crimes is in the storage of the data. Again, I don't think is 30 days the appropriate number, is 11 seconds or a minute appropriate time. There was a article in the Minot Daily about an individual who abducted her children from daycare. That parent might not have known, that father might not have known that those kids were abducted until 3 hours later when they went to go pick up their kids. That person's out of town. That person could have gone to do horrendous things to their children. It happens in society. Someone could have beat up their girlfriend to within an inch of her life and taken off, and we don't know because we didn't collect any data. Part of what makes this a tool, this is a drill without a battery. That's that. If we go down that road, I won't support the motion. I think there has to be some level of data retention in order to help solve crimes, in order to help catch bad guys, in my opinion. So I won't support this motion.
Further discussion or question? Alderman Hayes.
so back to the question, will this impact that system by not keeping the data?
It'll impact the investigative portion of it, absolutely, and the ability to be able to capture or be able to operate an investigation with it. Again, we go back to all of this. All of these are just tools. Everything that we talk about are tools, and I go back to whether it's a canine, they're not pets. They are tools for work. My mounted patrol horse was a tool, not a pet. And so I'm going back to this. This is a tool to help us to do our job. That's it, investigative-wise. Yes, sir.
So if I drive to Bismarck and back to Minot, I'll be in a database if they were looking for my vehicle. If I pass a state patrolman, a McLean County Sheriff, I would be in a database. Or do they use the DMV database? That's everybody.
Mayor Jansen, Alderman Hayes, so you would only be in a database if those individual agencies were using a system similar to ours. So for our system, which is the Axon LPR system, that is our information, and we have complete control to share with whoever we want or to not share with whoever we want. When you talk about, that's where things get a little bit mixed. When you talk about a system like Flock, that's kind of the same thing, but there's a lot of different interagencies sharing information with each other, and that's how you get connected, and that's where a lot of the debate comes from. So as far as your information being stored is only if there was a reason under that set parameters, under those high-level crimes for us to put you into that system. That's the only way that you would be on that hot list or in that side of that system.
And that is generated how? So if hypothetically, how do you get that? If somebody kidnaps a person, you pass by that car, the data's not retained, but it's been entered because you have the license plate number, but it's not retained. How does the system work?
Right, and so Mayor Jansen, Alderman Hayes, that's exactly right. So that's why we're trying to make sure that we understand there's two sides of the system. One is the hot list, which is running all the time, which is what, as Alderman Blessum mentioned, is that you would get those hits as that car goes by or as that camera picks up. The second part is that investigative side system. That's where I get that report of that missing child. And now at this point, I have authorization to go back in the system to see, okay, in the past, whatever it is, 10 days, 30 days, whatever the case may be, do I have a vehicle and or a license plate that matches that had ever passed a patrol car? And then that's where our investigation starts at that point.
But if you don't have the ability to detain, the retention of data, the system does not work, period.
Correct, that side would be gone. And I think it's important too, I just want to make sure that clarified from a operational standpoint, is going down, let's just say Broadway. That vehicle is going down Broadway. It is taking those snapshots of all those vehicles, and much to Alderman Samuelson's point, every single hit, if it comes up, still has to be verified by an officer, because you have to verify that's the right state, that's actually the right plate, and whatnot. So everything that is done in the system has a human element to it that has to be verified by an officer. Additionally, if I go to pull a vehicle over, and it's for speeding, and I get that hit, I need to verify that's actually the plate that it ran, because it could have hit the vehicle that was going by me as I'm making that traffic stop. So that's when that hit retention rate is important, because it might take later on to realize, okay, it actually hit. When did it hit? Where did it hit? Because it wasn't the vehicle I pulled over. We just know it passed a vehicle somewhere, type of thing. So I think we need to understand that there is that operational side to it, that just because it hits, it's not necessarily the vehicle that I'm stopping at that point.
So to implement this program that we just did is absolutely useless if we approve the no data retention.
It would be limited. It would be extremely limited.
What would be a fair amount of time of data retention from a crime to a
So we went with 30 days for a couple different
2 days?
Yeah, we went with 30 days for a couple different reasons. One is that is a lot more restrictive than a lot of other communities do. A lot of them we see it as 180 days. Some of them are a year. We went with 30 days because, for one, that actually mirrors our body cam policy in regards to video that is non-law enforcement action taken. It gets purged after 30 days. So we went with the 30 days to stay in line with what that policy is. What I can tell you is that we have a lot of delayed reporting for a lot of different reasons. We might have a crime and it doesn't get reported till Monday. You have the other side to it. When you have a violent crime, you have this issue where people can't remember things. And much like Deputy Chief Plessis had said, is that it takes people time to recall information. It takes people time to be able to say, oh, it was a white SUV and the first 3 digits of the license plate might have been this. We might not develop that for 5 days. And if that's the case, then we need to be able to go back a certain amount of time to be able to use that side of the system, because of all those different things. Is that if we could do things within a day, man, I'd be loving it, but that's just not reality.
So that being said, I would be against the motion, but if we can tighten up the time frame a little bit, give them a little bit of time, 3 days, something. Otherwise, the system we just approved is no good.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, why not 10 years? If we're truly about solving crime, why not store it forever?
If you're not a criminal, it doesn't matter.
What's that?
If you're not a criminal, it doesn't matter. Upstanding citizens.
Not in America.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Pittner.
Again, I believe 30 days is appropriate. I think that's when I was working with Dale to kind of craft this policy, that's what I saw across other organizations, is 30 days. I think that's sufficient. I think it allows, again, for the time of someone delayed or a victim feels shame of coming forward and reporting a crime, things like that. I think 30 days is an appropriate amount of time. I would support the 30 days. I won't support the motion of no retention. I would support it. I'd like to see it stay at 30 days.
I apologize, Alderman Blessman. I wasn't directing that at you. I was just directing that in general. Just as a criminal would be the one that should be nervous of this, not the average person.
Here's the thing, though, Mr. Mayor, if I could on that. You know what? One of the things that, as you read about these types of issues, you come across a wording that goes way, way back called the chilling effect of government action. The chilling effect. The chilling effect of government action can lead to people not wanting to go to political events because they might be found out to be of the wrong political persuasion. They might not want to go to a LGBTQ event because they might be found out to be something other than what other people think that they are. We're creating a database that will show exactly that kind of information if we need it. That's what this is. The chilling effect that comes from these types of systems is what our founding fathers warned us against and is all through American history up until this point. And we've lulled ourselves to sleep by technology to think, well, shoot, if I could save just one kid. You know what else would be along those lines? If I could save just one life from COVID, right? So what we did is we locked up people who were dying in hospitals and wouldn't let their loved ones see them to try to save just one. That's what this kind of mentality leads us to. We have to stop.
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you. Captain Sundheim, real quick, I mean, you have most of the answers, so I'll
try.
Three things. One, you said while you were talking just a few moments ago that the information is ours and we can do with it whatever we decide we need to do with it. Are these records open to Freedom of Information Act requests?
Mayor Jansen, Alderman Fuller, that's a good question. And so what we are doing, we are actually analyzing to see what that data is. And what I can tell you is that we would apply every Freedom of Information records request in accordance to law and obviously release what would fall under that. So a lot of it could be determined of what is protected. You know, there's a specific statute that protects certain images from body cam. So there would be a lot of potential heavy redaction, a lot of different things that would go through one by one to ensure that we're not violating the 16 state law and it still falls underneath the public records.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I probably gave you a great answer, but that's something that I can't tell you because it depends on what the request is and has to be analyzed with current law.
That's a little scary to me, just, thinking through that process. But next question. I know there's agencies out there, there's states, there's counties, there's cities that have said, hey, we're not going to store this data. And they go out and they run the state list that they're in and the federal list that is presented, and they capture the people on the day and they don't store anything. We have partners in this state that do use this system. I think you guys have all said that Ward County and the Highway Patrol all use it. How long do they store the data? Are we aware of that? Because, I mean, if we, where I'm going here is if we don't store it or we store it for a limited time, are we able to go ask our partners, hey, you know what, we only have 10 days of data on this. Do you guys have anything on this beyond, in that, I mean, are they 30 days or are they longer? Do you know?
Mayor Jansen, Alderman Fuller, what I can tell you is that Highway Patrol does not have the system. I know Ward County has a system.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you what their retention policy is in regards to that. And just like anything else, those different agencies, and it could be an agency within North Dakota or outside the state, they have control over their data as well. And we, just like any investigation tool, we would always ask in regards to what do they have that can maybe help us in their investigation. And obviously by their own policies and different things, they would make that determination whether or not they would share it with us.
I apologize. I thought somebody had said at one point Highway Patrol was using this. So, and then my last question is just kind of with, and I know this from the gun world, right? When guns are stolen, they're gone from this state within 48 hours. And we all know that are in this. And so stolen cars are like that too, right? I mean, when people steal cars, it might be a kid joyriding, Chief, I get that. But I mean, for people really stealing cars, they're moving them out of the state because they're chopping them up and doing whatever they're doing with them. So, I guess my question for you guys would be, if we don't give 30 days, is there a time frame that you can live with? I mean, and I've said this to Chief a couple times, the best deals are the ones where nobody's happy with the outcome. We can all live with it, but nobody's happy with the outcome. I'm not a fan of 30 days, but is there a time frame less than 30 days that you guys think you can live with that would give you the operational ability that you need?
I'll punt that one to the chief.
Fair enough.
Fry.
Mayor, Alderman Fuller, and as you and I had discussed before, I told you 10 days, I truly believe 10 days is about reasonable. It's not exactly what I would want. I'd like 15, just because of the retention and the way how people report crimes. But for a tool that will help investigators do what they need to do, I'm looking at 10 days as a compromise. That's how I see it. And just to give you an example, the homicide, it took quite a while the one we recently had. It took quite a while to build all that information, and it takes time for that investigator to go and comb through all this data. So we can't expect for them to be able to do this in a day, or in 5 minutes. So 10 days, I think that's, as we have discussed, I think that's somewhat reasonable.
So if I can continue, I guess to my colleagues and specifically Alderman Blessum, is there a point where you think you could get to not 30 days, but if we could give them 10 days? Is that something? I know it's not the best ideal outcome, but it's a compromise, I think, and that's what our goal here obviously is, right? We implemented the system. There's things about it that some of us do like and some of us don't like, but if we can come to a compromise where PD feels that they can live with that and we can live with that, is that something that you're willing to entertain?
If there's a motion made for an amendment, I will evaluate it and vote.
So going down those lines, then I will make a friendly amendment to adjust Alderman Blessum's motion to 10 days, not 30 days, but not 0 either.
To be clear, Mr. Mayor, I will not accept the friendly, so it'll be a voted
Okay,
amendment.
fair
That's
enough.
fine.
Okay, is there a second to the 10-day motion?
So just a point of clarification. So what I wrote down for is the motion is to direct staff to remove collection and storage capabilities from the LPR system so it cannot be searched in the database with the intent that it's gone as soon as possible. So it's to completely remove. My recommendation would be to dispose of that motion at hand before setting time limits on it, because I think removal is.
Mayor Janser, members of the council, before we move on that motion, I do believe we should consult with our Axon representative to see if that's even possible, because I'm not positive that is. They are on the phone. Is it Peter? Yeah, Peter, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Did you hear the motion?
Yes, it is a question whether retention in the system could be set to essentially 0 time.
Correct.
Yeah, I need to double check on that. I know we can set for short periods, but I need to double check on whether that could be set truly to 0.
Could it be set for 10 days?
It could be set for 10 days. I'm pretty positive of that answer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Call the motion.
We'll call the motion.
Okay, so we have a question called on the motion, which is for 0 retention, as I understand it. So since the question is called, let's go ahead and vote.
So what is it? This is 0.
This is your vote?
The motion failed 3-4 with dissent from Hayes, Janser, Olson, and Pittner.
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you. So then I guess I would like to make a motion that the policy states that we retain data for 10 days, and that I guess that is the best case scenario for both PD and for the council. I mean, it isn't ideal, but it's a compromise I think I can live with.
Is there moved and seconded to limit retention to 10 days? Is there discussion? Alderman Samuelson.
Thank you. Chief Fry, I have a couple questions for you. So at the last time we talked about this, one of the biggest things that you took away from this, or what you needed, was when your officers pulled over a vehicle, they wanted to know what they were going for. or what they were coming up against, if there was some hit on that license plate. Is that correct? That was one of the things that you were looking at.
It's an aspect of.
Okay.
It's an aspect of a
Okay.
traffic stop.
Yep,
Is that-
so-
excuse me, you got to help me follow this one, because it's an aspect of a
Correct.
traffic stop.
And that is one of the tools that you were looking for, is when your officer's pulling someone over, they have that camera on, it gives them whether there's a hit on that plate or not. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the
I'm-
LPR is?
Yes. We activated it.
Okay.
You guys are out there, you're gonna pull someone over, and that is one of the reasons why you were looking at having it, is when your officers were gonna pull someone over. Am I correct? Is
That's
that not what we talked about last time?
And I'm gonna go back to, that is one aspect of
Okay.
a traffic stop. A human still has to do all of the work. The phone call, the radio communication has to go in. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, I guess we didn't gain anything with the LPR then. Question for you, because I tried to ask this last time, and we got, if Officer Sundheim and I go out to his patrol car and run my license plate, how long will it take him to do that? On his computer, if he punches it in, how long will it take for that to happen? Does he have to call dispatch? Or can he run my plate on his computer?
Is that, I can answer the questions in
Okay.
that. One, if he types it in, that could take 30 seconds, a minute, however long it takes to type. Number two, if you call it in, it's not instantaneous that things come back. So all of these are what ifs and how long things take to do a function. I'm not for sure where we're going.
To me, what you're telling me is it's going to end up being the same, because if it has a hit on that, the officer still has to do the diligence of making sure it's the right vehicle, the right plate, the same things. I'm just saying, if you type it into your computer, my license plate, I don't know, it'll probably take 10 seconds. How long does it take for that computer to bring it up? Another 10 seconds? So we're
Depends.
talking 20 seconds. Am I wrong?
Yes, you are. And I'm going to tell you why. Because none of these systems are foolproof like you're referring to. Everything's a tool. Everything's a tool. And that's what we're working towards. If it does show that it comes up, that there's a hit on that license plate, we are going to follow up on that as we're supposed to. Typing it in takes time. Doing certain things take time. So there is no instantaneous anything. Go ahead.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Samuelson, we have an officer here for that perspective. That was one of the reasons we asked him to come. So if you want to ask that question of an actual police officer out in the field, we have one of our senior officers, Alex Harrington here.
Mayor Jansen. Mr. Samuelson, so whenever we go to input a license plate into, or we try to run a license plate in our system, so yes, it could take seconds, it could take minutes. So there's certain situations. So if we're just parked and we run a license plate, it can be very quick. It also depends on how fast it takes for the system to respond. Sometimes the system, the database that we run the license plates through, does take longer to respond. So it could be minutes, could be 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I think the main thing with having this system is when we're driving around the city, like let's say we have the hot list, right? And we see a vehicle that might be stolen or it might be suspect or part of an active criminal investigation for a serious violent offense. So let's say we're going northbound on Broadway and all of a sudden the vehicle goes southbound on Broadway. That LPR could pick up on that license plate, notify us like, hey, this vehicle possibly passed you and it could be heading the other way. So at that point, we could attempt to maneuver behind the vehicle, and just like we've already been discussing, it's still part of our responsibility to verify that that is still the correct license plate, but it still gives us the lead to say, hey, this vehicle is possibly involved in some kind of criminal activity, and it notifies us, but then we still have to do the due diligence to verify that's still the correct license plate, whether we're running it ourselves or whether we're going to run it through dispatch.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the officer? Okay, thank you very much. Do we have the motion for the 10 days, I believe, is what we have moved and seconded. I see no further discussion. Let's go ahead and vote on that.
The motion passed 4-3 with dissent from Olson, Pittner, and Samuelson.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
All right, so my next motion is to modify the policy to require a warrant for searches in the stored data.
Second.
Moved and seconded to require a warrant for searches in the data.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead.
The level of scrutiny for a warrant is much higher. The officers could certainly explain that to us if they choose. Right now, the policy, I believe, reads a case file. Case file can be open for an awful lot of stuff. Again, none of this, I want all the officers here, leadership of the police department to understand me. I'm pushing hard on this now because there isn't any issues. That's why I'm talking about this now. Okay, I want to head and have these discussions before it's ever turned on and before we ever have to deal with what's actually happening. That's why I'm pushing very hard now, Dale, and we've had conversations back and forth over the last year about this. I understand this is another limiting factor, but understand everything that I'm doing is a limiting factor. It's meant to protect the public. It's meant to protect the public and their privacy and their ability to move about the city freely without being tracked in a database and searches looked at for whatever reason. A warrant has a much higher level of scrutiny. The city attorney can tell us a little bit about that. In this case, you would have a judge, in my mind, signing off saying, yeah, there's an investigation going on. You should go get that data. I believe if you want triangulation data, if you want credit card movements, all of those types of things, they require warrants. That's the CLSI stuff that the Supreme Court decided in the case, in the Carpenter case that I mentioned before. This would put the same level of scrutiny on this data that we would have for any of those systems.
Mayor,
City Attorney.
Excuse me, I'm Alderman Blessam, Mayor Janser. One of the things that I think we do have to do some research on is what limitations we can put on the data. I think to Alderman Fuller's questions that he raised before as to what FOIA protections apply to that, we have to comply with North Dakota's open records laws, and it states very specifically what's considered confidential, what's considered to be exempt, what requires the warrant threshold to be able to go into those files and request that information. So before moving on this particular requirement, my request would be to give us an opportunity to search a little bit more and see if this is something that we could even require off the cuff. I don't think that we could, because we can't contract around the open records laws. Data is either designated as opened or it's closed or confidential underneath the open records laws. So we'd have to determine what category that fits into, and that's going to require a very fact-specific analysis.
If I could,
Alderman
Mr. Mayor,
Blessam.
so just to clarify, are you saying that, because I'm not talking about FOIA, I understand that one, and we do need to talk through that, because again, imagine what that could be, okay? That could be an employer doing a FOIA request to say, hey, my guy isn't showing up and he's telling me he's sick, but he's actually at the golf course, okay? That's what a FOIA request could be, and their data would have the information to prove it one way or the other. Okay, I'm not asking that. I'm asking, in a real investigation, we've actually got a murder, something really bad did happen. We want to figure out, do we have the right guy? Was he in the vicinity? Our data is there. All I'm simply saying is, rather than an open case, I want a warrant. I want a judge to have signed off to say this is a valid reason for this, and we write it in our policy. I can't imagine the law saying how we have to write this policy, because we place the restrictions.
And so Alderman Blessam, Mayor Janser, so again, it all falls underneath North Dakota's open records laws. And so we own the data, we're a public entity. So we have the data that's within our capability. And there are a lot of protections that fall within this, especially when it comes to criminal investigative information that's open and active, which a lot of this, if it's going to be a 10-day policy, it's going to fall highly likely something's going to fall underneath that particular exemption. So it's very fact specific. And again, it's only going to tell you the squad car was positioned at this particular location when that license plate drove past it. It's not going to tell you who the driver of the vehicle was. If it's a family of 5, it could be any of the 5 people that they all have driver's licenses. It could be any of those people that they could have loaned it to a friend. So it's not quite as individualized as to like who's in that particular vehicle. So we have to comply with the open records laws and if it's information that's considered open under the open records laws, we have to release it. So if it's something as simple as a driver drove past this location, their body camera video oftentimes is open once the case is closed. Somebody could request a copy of it as long as there's something else that doesn't apply. Like there's confidential information that's in it. There's a Visa card and this is all under state law. This isn't anything that.
But Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Blessem.
I guess what I'm not following, the city attorney, is I'm not talking about anyone outside of the police department doing anything. I'm saying if Dale and the chief and his team want to run a search in this database that we're now creating for 10 days, that they have to have a warrant before they can even search it. I'm not talking about any other search outside of that. I want them to have a warrant. And why is that not a policy question for us?
I suppose it's a policy question, but I mean, it is, I don't know that you're also going to be restricting the police department more so than you would, I think, a member of the public that would be requesting possibly that same information. So, I mean, it sounds like Chief wants to respond.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessem, there's also the question of whether the courts would grant us when we don't need a warrant. The courts won't automatically take any warrant request when you don't need a warrant for that information. When they're saying that when it's been ruled on that you don't need a warrant, you can't just go to a judge and say, give me a warrant anyways. And so that might be problematic. It may be a situation where that's not possible, and I would suggest it likely is. I was hoping the city attorney could comment on that.
I agree. I don't know that the courts would be willing to weigh in on whether or not we could access our own information that we are contracting to collect.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think you're all just thinking of this the opposite of what my intention is. It's not that we would go to a judge to get a warrant to figure out if you drove by Sammy's because somebody bumped into a car, okay? I'm saying you don't ever get to use it unless you have a warrant for something you'd go after credit card data for, or triangulation data, or whatever you're going. The same level of scrutiny that we have for those things where you need a warrant before they're even available to you, we would apply to this same data. So rather than, wow, we got open case, let's go ahead and search it. I'm saying you already had to have gone through that, and you're not going to go to a judge with frivolous stuff. You're going to go with the stuff that matters. That's the point of the motion. It's not to put a new hurdle. It's to say only search it when you already have the reason to do so. Now, I could see there may be a timing question because a warrant, I don't know how quickly that all works. We just went to 10 days. I don't know if maybe that makes that more difficult. But I think, to me, it's a perfectly reasonable way to look at it to say don't search the database unless you have a warrant. I'm not saying a warrant for the data. I'm saying a warrant for the person you're trying to find.
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you. I'm just trying to think this out in my head, like a scenario, Dale, and let me know if I'm right, if I'm wrong, if I'm off base. So we'll talk about the example we used earlier, a child abduction. Someone abducts a child, takes off. If you went to a judge and said, hey, I need a warrant to access our Axon, they'd be like, you don't need one, just access it. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's my belief, is that they would likely say you can't have a warrant for something that we can't authorize a warrant when there isn't.
It's like a notary. Like I don't need a notary. You don't need a notary for this. Just submit this, right? I mean, this is, again, if I'm getting this right, they don't just hand out warrants. Like I couldn't go to a judge and say, hey, I want a warrant. Can I have a warrant? Like you have to have, and it wouldn't be grounds just because there was an abduction or an investigation just to access the system.
You'd have to be able to go to the judge and tell him that there's evidence being concealed within that system when it's not being concealed. It's our evidence, our information. And so it's my belief that a judge would not provide it. But as I'm understanding from Alderman Blessum, the question might be more in terms of, do you have a warrant for the person you're seeking that information for another thing? Then you could access that information. That wouldn't take into account, for example, on the missing person incident. We likely don't have that person. I mean, we likely don't know who that person is, and that's what this information is designed to tell us in a timely manner, so we can save that missing or abducted child. So I don't know but if I understand correctly, it's not that you're asking for the warrant for the data. You're asking that it has to rise to a level of a warrant somewhere within that case.
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, if I could, and again, I feel like I'm speaking French on this one because I don't think anybody's following where I'm going. So in the case that you actually referenced, Paul, I think that's a good one. So let's say that there is an abduction. We're pretty sure it's the boyfriend or the husband or whatever, right? It's the bad guy. My hope would be, if you want to figure out where the guy went with the kids, you could go to a judge and say, look, I got to find this guy. I need to look in our system. I'd like you to issue a warrant for me to arrest him because I think it's him. That suffices and gives you exactly what you want. I'm not looking for a warrant for the data. I'm saying you know who it is, because here's the other problem. If you don't have that, then we don't have any idea who we're looking for. We're just obstinately looking in the database to figure out who might have been around. Like, that's kind of the essence of what the problem is here. I want you looking for a person, at worst for a car. That's not what this does. This willy-nilly lets you throw a blanket over an area and say, who all was there? And that to me is a scary spot to be. I want it to be directed at what we're actually looking for. And an open case just lets us say, yeah, let me look around Sammy's and see who was around between those hours. That's not good. That's not police work, in my opinion.
So Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum, to that point, I believe it already is in the policy that reasonable suspicion of probable cause. Probable cause is the level we're going to need to get to a warrant. So are you talking about in terms of raising this to the extent of probable cause? Because that is in the policy as it stands.
So I'll defer whether it's to the city attorney or to you, Dale. I think, as we go forward with this, we got to have a certain level of trust with all this. I think you understand what I'm going for here.
I definitely get where you're coming from. I just want
I want us, if we're now turning it on, we're going to have the data for 10 days. That's how far down this path we are right now. Now, I just want assurances that we're not just throwing blankets out there trying to figure out what we can drum up for data. I want us saying, no, I think it was this guy. Let me see what's going on. I'm going to see if that's correct. That's what I think we need to be doing, not just throwing a blanket over an area and hoping that we get a hit somehow. And maybe this motion isn't the way to get at that, and I'm open to suggestions. If you think the policy is going to give you that, and we've got a few more things to go on beyond this, but if you think that language rises above the simple, I opened a case because somebody bumped into this car, that's a different question to me. So do you feel assured that that's what we've got in the policy?
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum, yes, that was the purpose behind the policy, is to restrict it so that it wasn't being used in simple circumstances like that. Reasonable suspicion of probable cause was one of the talking points. It also was, it couldn't be just the officer who made that decision. It had to be a supervisor who made that decision. A supervisor had, that way there was somebody who was reviewing that information to say, no, I believe you do have enough, or no, I don't believe you have enough. It's just not at the officer level. To go one step further, that information is going to be reviewed later and looked at to determine whether the system was properly used. That was the whole point, to having finance do an audit of our usage of the system. So those things were discussed and considered.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'll withdraw that motion. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to the next one, because you just hit on it, Dale. The next one is I want to modify the policy to require data searches by PD captains and above, pre-approved by the chief or the assistant chief or the deputy chief. So I want this all moved up a couple layers. That's the
second.
motion.
Okay. Can you repeat that, Alderman Blessum?
Okay, so what I would like to modify the policy to require data searches only by captains or above, with pre-approval by the chief or the deputy chief.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, I have no problems in making that type of approval. With that said, my lieutenant that's over investigations, I would include them in this for the simple fact that they are the active individual who is being called right away. There's a phone tree that happens in between things, and that is a time delay. And the lieutenant over investigations is the first point of contact that is going to be receiving this information. So I have no issues in approving things and saying yes or no, but I would like for also my lieutenant of investigations to be part of that approval process. They're going to call me anyway, right after that. But this needs to be moved. There's things that are moving in place. If they're making that, if they're calling me, things are already moving in place.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'll modify my motion to reflect what the chief just said, and that's to allow searches by PD captains or above and the investigations lieutenant with the approval of the chief or the deputy chief before the search.
So what would have to happen?
So, Mr. Mayor, just that's my amendment. So is a second okay, Scott? Okay, go ahead, chief.
So no, what I was getting at is the search is actually going to happen by one of their staff. So I'm not going to be searching. My lieutenant is not going to be doing this. He's going to oversee the investigation. So that's what I'm referring to. So yes, we will make the approvals. That lieutenant is responsible for those approvals.
Mr. Mayor, so that's exactly what I'm trying to get at here, Chief. I want to move that all up about 3 levels, okay? So a question for you then along these lines. I can understand workload, okay? Like we're going to get all pulled in different directions. What I'm envisioning based on all the scenarios you guys talk about, man, we got people abducted, we've got a silver alert, somebody's lost, we got to solve these and they're big deal, right? We should have 4 a month, right? I don't see this as a workload issue whatsoever. I think we need high-level people performing these searches, and we need approval all the way at the top of the department, either you or Dale, before it's run, to say, yes, I agree, that meets the requirements of the policy, and I can stand in front of that council and defend it if I have to. That's what I'm looking for out of this. So if you've got I'm doing all this before we've got any people involved. This is a conceptual question. If we've got a detective who's, I'm sure, very good at their job, working with a lieutenant, to me, that's not high enough oversight in your department. And if we're turning this thing on and infringing on the people's rights in this way, I want it all the way in your office or Dale's that it's approved before it happens.
They're going to make, that's why I want the lieutenant to be able to initiate and start, for the simple fact that things are moving. And if that's the case, but they're going to notify me and I'm going to say yes or no. I don't want to put myself in a position, or any other chief that moves beyond this, that they're going to be doing actual searches of that. We are overseeing all of the processes. And Deputy Chief Plessis, the lieutenant, they're overseeing all of that. If they're actually doing the work, there's nobody monitoring all the things that are going on. That's what you're referring to. You're asking me to monitor it, and I have no problems in doing that whatsoever. No different than the deputy chief. No problems in that. And I get it. But that lieutenant should be able to make the decision, contact us about a decision they're making as well.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessing.
Again, I think my colleagues understand what I'm saying here. Somebody can call the question and just be done with it, because here's what I'm getting really worried about now with this. We're talking about, this is starting to feel like, oh, well, wait, this is going to be a huge part of how we run our department and everything that we do every day. I was hoping, worst case here, this was going to be kind of an add-on thing that enhanced how we do things. Nope, this has suddenly become, I think, integral to how we run the department. And now we've got to push this all the way down so detectives are running it themselves with the oversight of a lieutenant. And we're only going to see this at the time of an audit, which we're going to get to this in the next couple of motions here about how we provide oversight for this. But I'm getting more nervous as we go. I'm sorry, but I am. And I think now the question before us is, at what level within the police department do my colleagues want to ensure that at least they know what they're even doing? Because now it's only going to show up in the audit when it comes later.
Alderman Hayes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that the clerks will be the one actually doing the searching. It won't be the lieutenant on duty or above. They'll be supervised by or permission given to do that search. Is that what you're after, Alderman Blessum?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the clerk will be the one doing it, because the lieutenant is not computer, we'll say he's not computer savvy, that's not his job.
Well, I guess here's the way that I would look at it. If we're implementing a system that's a database of the movements of our citizens across our city, I want our captains running, that was my emotion originally. I want our captains running the search. I would like Justin running the search, and I'd like either Deputy Chief Plessis or Chief Fry to have approved that search. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I want high level accountability so that if things get to the point where we've got to make adjustments, we're right at the top when we're doing so. Otherwise, we're all the way down in the middle of the organization. We talked before about the processes with HR we've got to go through the Civil Service Commission about disciplinary actions. Nope, let's start it right at the top.
So Chief, are your captains and above, are they qualified to do that data search?
I don't know about qualified. The biggest thing is, let's slow down. But no, the biggest thing is you're asking for them to do the actual work. And what all comes down to is accountability. You're talking about accountability. You're asking for me to be accountable. I will be 100% accountable along with my deputy chief and captains. But we have investigators that are going to be doing it. We have a lieutenant that oversees investigations. That's the first call. If that lieutenant makes the call and says, yes, move because of, we're going to say an abduction, or we're going to say of something that's imminent, then they're going to call us. We get phone calls all weekend long about things that are taking place and decisions that are being made. And we're constantly, folks are notifying us, and we're constantly saying, yes, no, maybe do this. So I don't know what else. We have investigators. That's what they do. We will be overseeing all aspects of this.
Mr. Mayor. So Chief, how many searches a month do you think we're going to make?
I have no idea. We won't know
Captain, any idea? I mean, just ballpark. Is it 15? Is it 2,000?
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum, I can safely say it's not 2,000. But it's difficult to say because we haven't turned the system on yet. We don't have an operational level to be able to determine what that looks like. Well, all I can do is I can reiterate what Deputy Chief Plessis said, which is we have established a fairly high bar in order to even access the system. Violent crime, silver alert, missing people, all these different things. There's a lot of different options where I think, I can't remember which Alderman had mentioned it, where there are misdemeanor offenses. There are a lot of lower offenses that some agencies and communities use. We're not proposing that. We're proposing this type of level of offense to get to, and we're not handling that level of offense on a month-to-month basis. So that's a difficult question to try to answer if I'm being honest. But I can tell you it's not in the thousands. It's likely not going to be in the hundreds. It's likely going to be, probably less than 100 is probably a safe bet. But I don't hold me to that. I just don't know.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, so even with that, it's roughly 30 a day, let's say. If it's, if it's 100, it's 3 a day. So what I'm asking for here is if let's say we're 3 to 10 a day. Okay, I mean, that seems like an awful lot to me still, because if we're, I don't know all the legal jargon. If we're looking at probable cause or whatever the threshold is, right, we would have to have a case that meets that before we can even move forward, right? And once we've got that, all I'm simply asking for then is that the chief or Dale says, yep, that makes sense, go ahead and run the search, right? That's what this motion is. That's what I'm really looking for. I could give in on who actually types the query in and runs it, whether it has to be a captain. I want high level accountability by our chief and deputy chief to say, yes, I agree, go ahead and do it. And again, I would love to sit up here and say, hey, let's see how it goes and maybe we'll be better off in the future. No, that's the slippery slope that all our councils do. We have a point right now where we can put a line in the sand that says, look, we're willing to do this, but man, we're going to make sure the safeguards are there. I know you guys think that you got them in the policy, and I respect that. I'm trying to bring the other side of this that says there's a freedom argument that goes in front of all this that says, boy, we better lock it down as far as we can. And so that's the motion. And again, I'm happy to have somebody call it unless there's other questions. I'm not meaning to draw this out. These are real motions where I believe this will make the system better than if we don't do it. And so far, to be honest with you, I'm striking out pretty bad. So, you know, I'll leave that where it's at if anybody is ready to vote on this one.
Mr. Mayor, call a question.
All right, the question has been called. Yeah, why don't you repeat the motion, City Clerk, please?
Okay, to modify the policy to require data searches only by the PD captains and above, along with the investigations lieutenant, with pre-approval by chief or deputy chief prior to the search.
Okay, this question's been called. We are going to go ahead and vote.
Okay, the motion passed 5-2 with dissent from Alderman Janser, or Mayor Janser, and Alderman Pitt.
Mr. Mayor.
Mike, sorry.
Alderman.
Real quick, Mike, before you go on to your next one, could I just ask one thing, because I've heard it twice now. Can I just ask Steph, could you, and I'm assuming you're going to do it already, will you find out if this stuff is FOIA accessible? Because I think that is a huge deal in this whole discussion right here, if we find out that all of that information is open to FOIA requests.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, to that point, I agree with this guy, or Rob, we definitely need that. I guess the question for my colleagues is, if it is available to the public, does it change what we're talking about? Really? Like, we want to solve the abduction, right? We want to solve crime. The fact that it's available to FOIA, why would we care about that? We're solving the crime. I guess, I mean, we need to know it, obviously, but I don't see why it changes this discussion much.
Well, and just generally, again, the open records rules are all going to apply to this. So if somebody's asking if you have anything in your LPR database relating to XYZ license plate number, there's nothing confidential about that. Is this record in your system? That's not something that's confidential. Like, we could verify something like that.
So we could get a list of it? So like I said before, as an employer, I could ask for a list of my employees' movements throughout the city?
I think it depends on how you phrase the search. I mean, because at some point when you're accessing that, they're also like, I mean, there's stalking statutes as well that come into play as well. So there's a slippery slope. It really does like kind of require an individual analysis of the requests that are coming in.
One
Mayor
question
Jan-
I would have, City Attorney, is whether, to what extent does state statute specifically deal with this type of data? Because I think that's what we're wondering.
Yep. And it'll be a good question for the next legislative session. There was already some of it in the last one, and I'll be pushing very hard to make sure it's a big discussion this one.
LPR data is the
Yes.
is the question. And to my knowledge, I mean, I haven't done an exhaustive search of it through the code. I think it's extremely limited, if in state code at all.
So Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum, just to be clear, this was a question for us, and it's one that we really would like the Attorney General to rule on, because there is a question of whether this information is intelligence, and if it is intelligence, there's protections against intelligence information. So it's not a defined answer to that. We don't know what the answer to that is. We can't say that it's just a simple yes. We brought it up to Nick Schmitz, who's assistant city attorney, and it's something that we would like to get clarification on.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, an additional motion. So now I want to create an oversight board. Okay, so the motion is to create an oversight board as follows, and Michaela has this, hopefully you can get it for everybody, because you'll probably want to see it. As follows, to meet monthly to review search actions and provide policy recommendations to the city council. The committee would consist of a committee chair, which is the council president. And yes, this is very self-serving, it's me, because I am the main person fighting right now, okay? I'll be honest about that. So I'm setting it up to be me as the chair. The vice chair would be another council member appointed by the mayor. 3 other at-large members from the community agreed upon by the mayor and the council president, approved by the council. And then we would, so there's a 5-member board. We would have non-voting city staff in advisory roles from the city manager, police chief, city attorney, and human resources director, which of course, any meeting, whoever is available to help and make sure we have the information we need. So that's the motion, is to create an oversight board.
Second.
Moved and seconded to create an oversight board as outlined by the motion maker. Discussion. Alderman Fuller.
Just real quick, Mike, did you say in there how often the oversight board was going to meet? Monthly? Okay.
Further discussion. Alderman Olson.
Thank you. So I will be voting against this. We are not elected to micromanage our staff, and that's exactly what this would be. That we have hired professionals to do the jobs. We are elected to create policy. We are not elected to micromanage.
Further discussion. Alderman Pittner.
For Alderman Blessum, Alderman Blessum, what do you see this as doing? Just going through the reports, just like any other audit committee would do?
Yeah, what I would love is for the committee to sit down with the representatives from the police department and go through search by search, help us understand what the case was, why it was run, what the information it brought back, and how it was used to fight crime and to bring people in. And again, my expectation and my sincere hope is that we never find a darn thing the entire time I'm ever involved. That's the whole point. But I want to make sure that it's there, because without it, I'm just going to be blunt about it. We've had some things go through our police department that too few people knew about. And without the light of day shining very, very brightly on this is, for me, in all my time on here, you can see how passionate I get about this. This might be the single most important thing that I ever work on in this council. Because I truly believe that this is a foundational American issue that we're dealing with. And as I said, we're taking rough steps in the wrong direction. The best we can do at this point with everything we've already implemented is at least shine the light of day on it. That's it.
Alderman Pittner.
Yeah, I'll support the motion. I think the comment was earlier. Again, if you're not a criminal, what do you need to be worried about? If you're not a bad cop, what do you need to be worried about? So again, I've got no problem supporting the motion.
Further discussion. Alderman Olson.
So my question for Alderman Blessum then is, so if you do find an error, if something happened, what's the consequence? How does it get resolved? Who does it get reported to? Where does this end?
Yep. So, Mr. Mayor, to me, there's 2 parts to that. The first is there a policy change that needs to be made? That should be brought here. So that'd be a recommendation that the committee would make. The other side of it would be handled by the department. As the chief talked about at the podium at 2 meetings ago, there is a long process for what happens if there's something that was deemed to be done incorrect. And that's handled by the staff in the police department in conjunction with senior leadership in the city and the HR director to follow the law and to follow city policy to do exactly as that is. This board would have no ability to do that. It provides policy recommendations to the council only. The chief and his team would take care of any disciplinary action.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you. There's a comment made that our job is not to micromanage, but to set policy. Part of the job of setting policy is oversight. That's government all throughout the country. So I will support this. I think it's important, at least in the interim or the short term, to make sure that the system is being used the way that we all want it to be used, the way that the police need it to be used, and there's no nefarious information going anywhere or anybody using it for the wrong reason. So I'll support this.
Alderman Hayes.
I agree and would support it, but I would hope that we would at some point get down to a quarterly basis once, because this is a new program, so it does need another set of eyes on it. But I would hope that at some point we get to, a quarterly basis and then ultimately to our yearly audit that we have.
Further discussion? Seeing none, let's cast our votes.
Passed 6-1 with dissent from Alderwoman Olson.
All right.
Mayor,
With
one-
that,
Can I, do you want to do one final one on this, or do you want to, I just got one left.
well,
We can do it after a break if you'd prefer.
yeah, I mean, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. I think everybody could use a short break. We will reconvene at 8:10. I'll call the meeting back to order. We are still on the 6.6 and additional things. Alderman Blessam, you said you had one more
Yep.
thing here. Go ahead.
All right, so my last motion is to modify the policy to strictly prohibit data sharing with other law enforcement or government agencies.
Second.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, so
Alderman Blessam.
one part of this that we've got to be very careful about is we've just had a long, a 2-hour discussion almost on good use of this data, the expectations of our staff that's going to be using it. The last thing I think we should consider doing is letting our data be integrated with another data set, whether that's at the state or wherever that is, where every rule we've just put in place just gets thrown out the door. So we put a 10-day rule in place to protect our data, but we get a request from the city of Bismarck for a data set that we send them. They put it into theirs. Now they've got it for a year if that's their policy. So that's the first side of it. The second side of it, and I'm sensitive to the idea that they call up and they say, hey, I could use some help. We're looking for this. Can you see if you guys have had them around town? I understand that, and I understand the reasoning for that. I'm less worried about running a search that's based on a case that gets set up, because that's going to be our criteria, and sharing that information that says, yes, they were in our city. I'm less worried about that than the integration of our data into other places, okay? So it's not meant to restrict your ability to work together. That's not exactly my point. What I don't want is I don't want a master statewide database. The reason this is such a big deal to me is BCI asked for exactly this during the last legislative session. This is the bill that I went and spoke on. Because what they wanted to do, they wanted to increase what was going on in the state. They wanted cameras on every DOT sign throughout the state. So think of every not speed limit signs, but every sign that had all the green signs with mileage amounts on them to the next city. Any DOT signage could have cameras on it. And then that same bill had increased data sharing capability. In my book, they were creating a BCI statewide database of LPR data. And I want no part of it. And I'd ask you to join me in that. You guys haven't agreed with me, that's okay. So, but that is my request, that we do not share our data with anyone. We've said repeatedly, it's our data. It's the data that's in our system. We control it. Our policy is what rules here. The moment we give up that data, our policy no longer matters, and now it's part of a statewide dragnet.
Okay, can I verify this? Alderman Fuller, were you the second on
I
that?
was, yes.
On the motion, okay. All right, so discussion, Alderman Fuller.
Yeah, quick question to your point, Mike. So you're saying don't send our list to them, whatever, but if let's say Bismarck PD calls and they ask and they say, hey, was this car in your jurisdiction in your 10-day period? Are they allowed to go look themselves and tell Bismarck PD that, yes, it was here, but we're not sharing the data with you? Are you okay with that?
Again, so Mr. Mayor, if I could, I would look at that as any other request that we would get from any law enforcement agency. So if the county's saying, hey, we're trying to track this guy down, we may have other tools, right? Have you seen him, whatever that is. It's not meant to inhibit that. Okay, they're going to do regular police work. I don't want our data to become part of a bigger dragnet that we do not control. We control our data. Okay. And yeah, Chief, if I'm off there, let me know. But I just want to make sure that I'm being clear about.
Deputy Chief.
Mayor Jenser, Alderman Blesson, I just wanted to get some clarification, because ultimately, when you say any data, in a situation where there's, well, for example, a homicide that happens in Ward County, and we can't share, they ask us, can you give us can you check this plate? If it fits our policy, my belief is that we should be trying to help Ward County with that homicide. But when you say any data, that assistance would limit us from saying, yes, we ran the system and we were able to see that within our system.
Yeah. And so, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'm just going to go back to what I wrote down, and we'll see if it fits what I'm talking about. To modify the policy to strictly prohibit data sharing with other law enforcement and government entities. Again, my take, it's not that you wouldn't run the search. okay? Or say, hey, yeah, here's what we've got. Again, we're past that question. We're gonna run the search. I assume in that case, we would open a case, because we'd need one, right?
Well,
Or are we doing their case?
Alderman Janser, or Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessam. Yeah, we would not open our own case on that. We would do an assist to their case. However, blanket data would be different. Obviously, we wouldn't want the sharing of blanket data, but that specific search, they'd want that for their case.
Alderman Blessam, clarification, based on what you read, but would it be correct to say that what you're really getting after is not to transfer our data to somebody else?
Right. Again, back to the point that I was making before. For me, if we're headed down this direction, what we're giving out beyond what even sits in the database and we're looking for needs to be related to a specific instance. Again, it's not Ward County saying, hey, can you tell us who all was by Sammy's yesterday? No, they should be looking for somebody, and you should go try to find them. That's the way I look at it. And definitely our data should not end up in their database, so they have access to the same 10 days we do within the city, okay? That's what I'm going for here, and if there's a wording thing that would make people feel more comfortable, because my intent is not to inhibit the normal cross-department work you would do to solve crime. I think we all agree we want to solve crime, right? This is meant to say, don't build a master database and don't do blanket searching for someone else, just like we wouldn't for us.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessam, maybe some sort of wording that would indicate individual, beyond an individual case. So to that respect, blanket sharing of data would not be permissible. However, in an individual case where they came to us for that specific purpose, we could share the data that we did on a search that located the vehicle they were looking for, rather than giving them 10 days worth of data to search on their own. It's that specific that we ran, and that's the only thing we would share with them.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll modify, because I think Dale hit the right wording there. So, so my motion is to modify the policy to strictly prohibit data sharing beyond a single case.
Correct.
With other law enforcement or government entities.
Is the second agreeable to that?
I am, yes.
Okay. Further discussion. City Attorney.
And again, I think this is something that I'd like an opportunity to bring some more information back to the council on open records and how they're gonna come into play here. It's so much on an individual basis when it comes to open records. And I'd like an opportunity to reach out to the AG's office to see if they're exploring anything on this. Oftentimes, if we receive open records requests for blanket data, like give us all of your addresses that you use for utility billing, something like that. Like, we usually respond with a quote for how long it's going to take us to gather that information, because we can charge for something like that. And then we have to review and excise any confidential information that could be in there. So some different entities will build mailing lists based off of some of that information. And so it's all available on the GIS. They can find addresses for everybody in a certain geographical location. So that's something that, like, we wouldn't necessarily, I can see the AG's office saying to treat this similar. Review and excise any confidential or closed information, and then give them a quote for how long it's gonna take you to compile that. But other than that, I think it could potentially be releasable. So I'll do that research, and regardless of whatever the motion is here on the council, I'll bring that information back.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could follow up on that, Steph, are you saying in your mind there could be the potential that BCI essentially sets up a recurring request for our data every 10 days, that we give them the entire data set to become a part of the statewide database and hold it as long as they want to, because it's not covered by our policy? Is that a potential outcome?
Well, I think potentially that could happen. And if we do deliver them that information, I mean, there's no limit on the amount of requests that somebody can submit for open records. Staff just addresses them as they come in. If somebody sends them in every single day, I want record A, record B, record C. We just take the requests as they come in. If it's something that's gonna take longer than an hour, then we have charging capabilities. If we have to produce copies of it, as long as they're paying the fee and there's no confidential information in there, they're open underneath the open records. And then once they have them, they have that record for as long as they choose to retain it. We can't tell them, you only get that for 10 days and then you gotta give it back to us. They pay for it, they take the record is theirs from that point on. Even if it then later meets our document destruction policies internally, we can't reach out and then pull that record back from somebody once they've paid for it and they've then produced that record. So I think there is a lasting concern there as to whether or not we'd even have the capability to impose the action that's being requested in this motion.
And actually, if I could, Mr. Mayor, what actually scares me a little bit now that I'm remembering some of the discussions around the bill that we had last session around employee records was that, is there a potential that there's actually law enforcement carve-outs in open record law that would just let this happen anyway? And it doesn't even matter what our policy is. It just says, look, they can request our information as long as they're willing to pay whatever fee we set up. They have access to our data, which means our 10-day rule is whatever the whim of any other law enforcement agency out there is. And it doesn't matter what we did, and we just became part of a global, dragnet for where everybody is all the time.
So, I mean, there generally are exceptions underneath the open records laws to assist other agencies with their law enforcement duties and capabilities. So,
Okay, I mean,
Those
this
exist.
is, so, Mr. Mayor, on this motion, I mean, I think everybody understands my intent, and we don't have to vote on this right now. In fact, I'm actually thinking maybe we should just withdraw it, and we need to have an item, whether it's on the next one or whenever you think you can get through it, Steph, where we have to look at a bunch of freedom of information type of issues and how those are going to impact what we have and how this data sharing is going to be taken care of. Because I hate to keep saying it, but folks, we just opened the can of worms. And so now we get to deal with all of the consequences and where all of our data goes. And it's up to us to, in my opinion, limit the damage, unless I guess we're of the opinion that, it doesn't matter because, if you're not doing anything wrong, everything's fine, right? So is that kind of your thought at this point? Because again, we can readdress this in the policy. We can bring up a policy point whenever we want to. Should we wait a little bit and get some of the answers?
I mean, I think so. At this point, I think the motions may be premature depending upon interpretation of state law, but just when it comes to open records, I mean, we get these types of requests. I mean, the PD can vouch for this. They have a whole records department that addresses open records requests every single day that people ask for. What happened at this address on this particular date of time? What calls for service were made to the mayor's residence for this date and time? Like, I mean, that's all open record. That's not confidential if there were any calls for service at a particular address. The nature of it could be confidential depending upon what happened. Because there's certain calls that, and if it's active criminal investigation, that could be something that could justify withholding it, likely not from another law enforcement agency. But there's an individual, very fact-specific analysis that goes along with those open records requests. So it's not, oftentimes there's not a one-size-fits-all type of answer that can be accommodated. It all has to get ran through the analysis that's set forth in state law.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'll withdraw the motion and make a new motion to direct staff to prepare an item for us no later than the second meeting in February to address these Freedom of Information Act issues as well as data sharing with law enforcement agencies.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Alderman Hayes.
Something to that point, the city of Minot, it requires a case number to access the database. It could be that work the same for other law enforcement agencies. If they have a case number with it, give them the right to access our information.
Alderman Fuller.
I think one thing we got to be careful of here, and I'm going to use my history with selling guns, right? So if the ATF required me to give them, or the FBI required me to give them information on one specific person, one specific crime that was going on, or a stolen firearm or something, I had to do it. But there are laws and items in place to keep a national registry of gun owners off the books because they don't feel that that's the right thing to do. And I think that's where we're going with this, right? We don't want the state to have a giant registry of all of this data that they get from us every 10 days and stick into a thing that they hold forever. I absolutely agree. I think that's completely asinine. And if the FOIA that we have in this state allows that to happen, that's pretty scary.
Okay, so we have the motion withdrawn. We have a substitute or a different motion for the direct.
Paul seconded it already.
Yeah, okay, so we did get a second to that from Paul. Any further discussion on that motion? City Clerk.
Just to clarify, it was to direct staff to prepare an item by the second meeting in February to discuss the Freedom of Information Act and data sharing with other law enforcement or government entities, correct?
Okay, you've heard the motion. I see no further discussion. Let's go ahead and vote on that.
The motion passed unanimously.
Okay, without further objection, we'll move on to item 6.7. This is a Pound Services contract with Souris Valley Humane Society, SVAS, and the recommendation is to approve the contract. What are your wishes?
Mr.
Alderman
Mayor?
Fuller.
Thank you. So I've been digging into this for the last few months, and in no way, shape, or form is that digging in suggesting that Souris Valley Animal Shelter is not doing the right thing by the city. But I think a lot of us in the community have heard different things. There's been some questions, and so I think we have to get this one right, right? I mean, we're spending a lot of the people's money to do a service for the city. Now, one of the things that
Alderman Fuller, we don't have a motion at this point, I don't think, do we?
No, well, I'm going to make a motion, yes.
Oh, okay. You want to make your motion?
Yes. I have three motions, but I was just kind of expressing it a little bit. But so the first motion I would like to do is I would like to authorize the city to temporarily go month to month until June 30th of this year with Souris Valley Animal Shelter using last year's numbers. And this is in no way, shape, or form intended to punish or stop them from getting the contract, but I asked for some specific information, some financial data, which they don't have available. Now, they are a nonprofit, and they have to have that information to the federal government by May 15th. So my thinking is if we go month to month until June 30th, it gives them the time to get their financials in order. We still have our services. They're still collecting money from us. And then we align this with our budgetary process every year. We set the contract to go July 1st through June 30th the following year, so it aligns with our budget process. Because talking about this in January, when we don't even know what our budget's gonna look like later this year, I think kind of hampers both the contract and our ability to really discern, do we have the money to keep doing this way, or do we need to look at an alternative like doing it ourselves or something like that? So that is my first motion.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion of the motion. Any discussion? Deputy Chief.
Mayor Jansen, members of the City Council, we do have representatives of Souris Valley here today. And I believe they'd have to also be in agreement to that, being that our contract has expired. So you may want to hear from them if they're willing to step up. I don't believe that without their agreements that the month-to-month would work.
Fair enough.
Sir.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm Zach Crookenberg, president of the Souris Valley Animal Shelter. We would not accept a contract going month to month.
For the next few months even?
No.
Okay. And is there a reason why?
We need some stability to our business, and we're not going to operate on a month-to-month basis where this could disappear. We need the ability to plan our business as well. And if this is with us, we have to make sure we're staffed appropriately. Equipment is appropriate in the building. We are looking at making some capital expenditures, and month-to-month does not give us that security.
Okay. So then my question would be, I don't think that it's appropriate for us to make a decision on this contract without financial data. And I mean, the numbers that we're looking for is just to see how the money was spent, how the money's being utilized, those types of things. I went through every single bill that you guys sent us. I went through every single reporting thing. And for the most part, it was very good and very clean. But we've also been in a number of situations, and I'll use the epic TIF that we gave to the Big M building, where we gave out money and we're not going to get it back because that company disappeared. The same thing happened with Project B. And again, I'm not in any way suggesting that you guys are doing anything wrong, but I think our job as the council to make sure that we are doing the right thing with the people's money. And part of that is being able to see that you're a viable company and you aren't going to disappear on us in 8 months after we've given you all that money. Does that make sense?
Yes, and respectfully, that should have been requested through the RFP.
Agreed. I understand that it wasn't, but we're going into the process right now of redoing it, so there's going to be things that we're going to need to see. I mean, again, I'm not looking, when the data I asked for, I'm not saying you have to have your taxes filed, and everything sent in. I was just wondering if you have your 2025 year-end financials done. I'm assuming you guys are using QuickBooks or some other software where either you or your accountant could print off the year-end P&L and balance sheet just so we can have an idea of how everything looks. And that's really it.
Our financial statements aren't actually public documents. We do have requirements for financial reporting to the IRS and to the state. Your date was actually incorrect. The federal one is not due until November. Our state filing would be due in September.
That's with the extension though, right? I mean,
And we always file the extension every year.
Fair enough. And that's not a question. I mean, I understand that, but.
And that would be available to you once that's prepared,
But you're asking us to go ahead and give you a multi-year contract without ever seeing how you guys are operating and functioning. I mean, if I went to the bank and asked for money, they want to see how I'm fine, or how I'm going to handle that, if I've been paying my debts back, if I have a good relationship. I mean, and again, I'm not suggesting that you guys aren't, but that's our job up here. We have to ask those questions and we have to make those decisions based on that. And so, I mean, what I would ask you is how long do you think it would take you to be able to get us some financial information that we could use?
I guess it depends on how detailed you're wanting. High level, I have no problem talking about that today. I have general numbers. We just don't have a prepared final financial statement for the year.
Can you tell me how the money that we gave you guys was spent? I mean, was 50% of it for wages? Was 20% for this, that? I'm trying to just understand how our money was being used within your company.
Primary driver of the pound expenses is staff labor.
Okay. And then another question, like we had last year, it was $1,000 admin fee for the month. What's the increase? Well, I mean, what's the extra work that's coming on there?
Not any extra work. We were working off of estimates because we had no idea what pound contract would actually entail for staff time. This year we actually have a year's worth of data, and it's taking us about 15 hours of staff labor per week. And that still at 1,200 doesn't actually even cover that fully.
You said 50 hours?
15.
15 hours monthly of admin? Oh, per week. Okay, thank you.
Alderman Hayes?
I want to just, what is an average of a person brought a dog or a cat to a kennel? What's the price a day for that?
As far as boarding in town?
Yeah.
Depends on the facility. You're usually $30 to $40 to $45 a day, depending on what services they offer.
They're just to house them for a day?
Yep.
Okay. So the city was agreeing to 10 days, 5 kennels for a dog, 5 kennels for a cat, 365 days a year at a rate of $36. You'd think you'd get a little bit better break based on a guaranteed income.
The animals coming in through the pound aren't the same as what's going to a boarding facility. Most everything that's coming into the pound requires a level of care far beyond what you would find in a boarding facility. Most everything has medical needs that is taking staff longer in the day, or handling needs that take longer in the day than you would find at a standard boarding facility with a healthy animal.
What percentage of those animals that come in are picked back up by the owners?
Return to owner rate last year for dogs was just under 50%. For cats was 14%.
Okay, so that portion of it, the cost would be passed on to the person picking up their animal, correct?
As far as the health,
Yes,
if there's anything billed as far as medical, yes.
but not just the kennel fees. You don't collect from the person that picks
Yes,
up.
it kind of depends. The animal control officer basically or the police department sets policy. So first day, there would be no charge for boarding. If they get picked up on day one, they would pay the full day's worth of boarding fee. Day two, they would pay 2 days of boarding fee. Day three, they would pay 3 days.
To the property owner. So therefore, you're collecting from the property owner and you're collecting from the city both for the same kennel.
The money that's collected from the owners gets returned to the city.
It is returned.
Yes.
Okay, is at those rates, it looks like that totals up to about $146,000 a year in fees, including the $1,200 administration. And you want $200,000 from the city. What's that additional 50,000 for, 54,000?
It's a fee for service. So we're not, you may have budgeted 2,000 or 200,000. We actually don't collect that unless we provide fees or services above and beyond the
Okay.
basic boarding.
So you're collecting just the actual 5 dogs, 5 cat kennels?
If you go over, there would be a daily overage fee, but that only gets charged if there's actually an animal in that kennel.
And then when somebody brings an animal to the kennel to be boarded, isn't it typically the administration fees all worked into that same fee?
For standard boarding,
Yes.
I would assume so. I don't know.
So we pay another $1,200 that the average person doesn't pay anything. It's included in their kennel fee.
Correct, but we're also providing the city with significant amount of reporting, staff time to answer phone calls, all those things that are billed under that administrative fee.
Thank you.
Yep.
Real quick, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Alderman
Thank
Fuller.
you. Real quick, I guess a couple other things that I had questions on. So you guys want us to give you a multi-year, 2 to 3 year contract so you could go and expand the business and do the things you do, but you aren't comfortable giving us your financial data? Is that, I mean, I heard you right. You said there's certain data that you guys have that we won't ever get to see?
That would be no different than any other member of the public requesting that. Or if I came to your business, you wouldn't be handing out your financial statements to anybody that just asked for it.
Well,
That is our private.
I'm sorry. Most government contracts, state contracts, when you get a contract to do work with a governmental body, they ask for certain things up front to make sure that, and you guys gave us an operating budget. You showed us an operating budget, but I was in banking for 20 years. I can write anything on a piece of paper. And I'm not saying you did that, but I can write anything on a piece of paper and go 12 months later and it wasn't even close. So, I mean, that's why the actual financial data, how much you collected, how much you made, how much, how our money was used, those types of things are fairly important. And I mean, it's a normal process throughout government contracts all over.
And respectfully, it should have been requested through the RFP. At this point, it would be a material change to the RFP and would potentially put the city outside of proper procurement laws for the state.
For requiring financial data from you guys?
Making a material change after it's been closed.
Well, we could also draw it back and re-put it out there,
Good.
couldn't we? Right? I mean, so we have the ability to correct that if we need to. The other thing one of the things I saw in the new contract is, again, you guys have given the ability for one of us to be a member on your board, but we wouldn't be able to sit in executive sessions and stuff like that. I guess what happens in executive session that we wouldn't be able to be privy to is my question. I mean, why the restriction there? Can you help me understand that?
It wouldn't be a membership on our board. Voting membership on our board would not be congruent with our bylaws. Primary function of our board of directors is fiduciary duty to our organization. As a sitting council member, an ex officio position on our board would be conflicted basically on every vote we take.
Right, fair enough. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Olson.
I would like to kind of add on to the question that Alderman Fuller just asked, because it had been my request to have a seat at the table, a membership on the board, which is in line with every other committee, board, agency that we have financial dealings with. We always have a seat at the table and a vote. And so it kind of gave me some heartburn too to see that we could come as a visitor but not have a vote. I think that allowing a city representative to have a vote to be a member of your board of directors also would answer some of these financial questions, because I assume that on a monthly basis, you are having some financial updates with your board members. If one of us or an employee that we designated was that member, some of these questions wouldn't be happening, because it would be the responsibility of that city representative to hear that, to advocate for the dollars that we're spending, and then to report back to our full body. So to me, I don't think that I can vote to approve this unless we do have a vote on your board of directors.
To take that one step further, as a 501c3, part of our requirement is to maintain an independent board. An independent board cannot have ex officio members and cannot have members that are being compensated. We are different than a 501c4 or 501c6, like the Chamber of Commerce or a Serious Basin Planning Council would be. That makes us different. Part of our funding comes from grants, from donors, requiring that we keep our board independent and not just award a board seat to somebody because they are doing business with us.
Alderman Blessam.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So contrasted then with the Commission on Aging, where I'm a board member, I have a full voting seat at that table. Everything that I would think is that they're aligned very closely with how you're run. The only difference might be is that the Commission on Aging is created in ordinance, but my guess is they're the same entity type and everything under the law. So are we in violation of the law somewhere there with that board?
I don't know how they're structured, so I can't really comment on that. But I know the vast majority of our grant funding requires us to be a fully independent board.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, what independent of what though? What I understand the wording in the law, but what is the board independent of?
Independent meaning none of our board members are receiving compensation for their time, and they can't be appointed to our board based on your position in another organization.
Is that a bylaws provision or is that a law?
That's the IRS's definition of independent board member.
Then I think a ton of nonprofits will be in violation of that then. I mean, any of us serve on would be, right? Because because of, what's that? Yeah, I mean, and again, I think the compensation portion, I mean, yes, we're compensated to be on the council, but that's different than if Alderwoman Olson served on your board. She wouldn't be compensated for that. Right. She'd be compensated for her work here, which is a different question. And then the independence part about because of her position here, she's got that. To me, it's less that than that the city holds a position and she represents the city in that board. And again, I understand what you're saying, like the chamber has that same exact thing, but they're a C6. They're not a C3. But I got to imagine most of the other boards we serve on are C3s. I mean, we might have an issue there if that's the case. I don't see an independence issue and I don't see a dollars issue at all, but.
Yeah, I haven't researched this particular issue in depth at all.
Right.
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Olson.
I apologize, but I'm going to make a blunt statement because we've been discussing this a lot. You need us, we need you. I think that Alderman Fuller's motion to go month by month until we can get a few of these questions worked out is really the best case scenario for you and for us. And so I would be voting in favor of his motion, and having the deadline on it makes perfect sense to me because we have some questions that we need some input on. Obviously, there is a need for some pets that are picked up. You need our financial assistance, and I think that it would behoove you to accept this idea for a month-to-month lease, or month-to-month contract for the next few months.
I can say I've had conversations with our entire board today, and we are not willing to accept a month-to-month agreement.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you, and I appreciate you coming up and answering questions. In that instance, then, I will pull back my motion, and I will actually make a motion to direct staff to put out a new RFP with some of the requirements that we've been talking about here tonight, financial data, annual financial stuff to come to us at least by a certain date when we're going to talk about this. I would hope we could still move this to the July to June type thing, so it coincides with our budget process. But for now, I'll just make the motion to pull back the RFP and send out a new one with the requests that we have made tonight.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Mr. Mayor, question. For the PD staff, where does that leave us? If they decide that, and Dave, we got some money things maybe too, but where does that leave us if, I mean, we got to find a room in City Hall to put the animals, right? I mean, that's where we would be if they decide that we're not moving forward month to month.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I may interject, I just want to point out one of the main differences between the example of the Commission on Aging and the agreement with Service Valley Animal Shelter. This is a contract for services. They are providing services to us. When we provide funding to the Commission on Aging, we are providing them that funding, and then they are providing the services to other folks. So it's not apples to apples in the comparison between the two. For example, it isn't our practice if we were to contract with an entity that was not a nonprofit that we would require them to give us financial data as we enter into a services agreement. So that's one of the distinctions that we have here. We're contracting for a service. We're not just providing them funding. So it's a little bit of a nuance here.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you. And Dave, I get what you're saying. I mean, it isn't something we have done in the past or is normal. But I think what we're starting to see up here is the people out in the community want to know how their money's being spent. And so we've started to implement things up here, you know, like with the people that we give money to, like you were saying, the Commission on Aging, the Chamber, where they have to provide us their financial data every year. I think that is the right and correct thing to do for the citizens of this community. And if an entity that we are offering or that is offering services to us for our fee doesn't want to provide that, that should be a red flag to every single person in this city about what's going on.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, and just to kind of further elaborate on the point I'm trying to make, if we enter into a contract to pave a street, we pay for that service. We pay a dollar amount, and generally it's based on a bid, but we pay a dollar amount to construct that street. What that paving company does with the money after they receive it, we don't require them to give us the information. So that's the distinction I'm trying to make. We are not just giving them funding, we are paying for a service. They bill us based on the service that they provide.
Well, Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on that, Dave, what protections do we use, whether it's a major contractor or whoever it is? Is it bonding? What are the methods that we use to protect the city's interests? Because as Alderman Fuller pointed out a little bit ago, we've run into some stuff relatively lately with some of the contracts that we've entered into where we're left holding the bag, which means the taxpayer's holding the bag. So if there's a different method to get at what Alderman Fuller's looking for here, I think that'd be good on our side if we could get some assurance that we're not going to be left holding the animals and out the money in 10 months.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the distinction here is they bill us for the services after the services are provided. So they submit a bill for the services rendered, and we pay the bill after the fact. So that's a little bit of the difference here. If they ceased providing the service, we wouldn't pay them any of the fees associated with that. So we'd move forward with the terms of the contract to sever that agreement if they cease providing the services as required under the contract. So it's a little bit different under a construction contract because they would have a performance bond or a payment bond. Those types of things that would be built into the contract.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, is there any reason why we wouldn't do the same here? If they want a 3-year contract, we're essentially banking using the city's funds to say, yeah, that's how we're going to handle this for these 3 years. Is there a type of performance bond or whatever that would be that would say, yeah, they actually fulfilled it and they served it, and if they don't, we actually are able to recoup what we're going to lose if we've got to scramble and fix it. Is there such a thing out there?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessam, I would say you potentially could include that as a requirement. It wasn't included in the RFP. However, again, that's not customary in these types of contracts.
Thank you, City Finance Director. So we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, before we move forward with this vote, Dale, Chief, can we hear from you guys on, I mean, potentially, we're already out of contract. They could say, don't bring any animals to us starting tomorrow morning. So where do we go if we put out an RFP and we don't get this resolved until June? What do we do?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessam, it's a good question. We don't know. We don't have that answer as of yet. And if they say no tomorrow, we have no pound service. There is no other viable options in the Minot area, so on and so forth. We had one that responded, and that was them to the RFQ. So as you start to look at it, you can put it out, but if they don't put back in, then there's no one. And in the meantime, we have to figure, hey, you're right, a garage, I don't know. That is something that we're going to be up tonight scrambling to try and figure out what's going to happen with strays, because there's nothing in the county as well. So short of some other ideas that we have talked about before, which will take 8 months or better, this is where we are right now as we sit. There is nothing else in this area.
Mr. Mayor, if I can continue, so,
Blessam.
what did the RFP actually state for a term is my main question. I guess my question, we ran into this in one of my first meetings, and that was the Domestic Violence Center, where we said, oh yeah, we better figure that out. Let's give ourselves 1 year and let's figure it out. We'll take it up again. I feel like that's probably where we're at. Does the RFP or RFQ allow us to do a 1-year agreement, and during that year to resolve all these issues that Alderwoman Olson brought up, that Alderman Fuller brought up, to make sure that we have a better long-term agreement that we can enter into a year from now, or preferably before the end of 26, so that we're not at the second meeting in January solving the problem.
And we'll work on this right away.
Oh yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is there an agreeable solution? I mean, they didn't want to go the month-to-month route. Is there an agreeable solution to get us to the end of 26 that the RFP allows for?
So, Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessam, to that point, that would also have to be an agreement, if you're talking about continuing with Service Valley Animal Shelter, that they would agree to. They weren't amicable to that in our conversations. They wanted a 2-year with an option to extend, so we'd have to ask them back up if they would be amicable to that.
Yeah, and again, if the gentleman does want to address that, I mean, I think it's, I think as Alderman Olson put it so well, we need each other right now. I mean, that's the situation that we're in, but we've got to come to some type of agreement that's workable, and it can't be one-sided. I mean, he may not have board approval to even address that, so.
Yeah. I think that's I think you're hitting the nail on the head. He doesn't have board approval. He can't really answer that question.
Alderman Hayes.
I would say again, going back to the fees, if the public's $30 to $40 a kennel and no administration fees, I would say we do a drop-off service until we get this figured out. We don't have to guarantee that we're going to take 10 kennels. Then our fees are cut by 50% if the people pick up their pets.
Further discussion?
Mayor Janser or Alderman Hayes, we don't know of any place that would allow us to do a drop-off. That's one of the reasons that we're going with this RFP in the first place. To our knowledge, there's no one that would just that would also be able to do the other necessities. And we're talking, there's vet services. I mean, when you have a stray animal, it's not the same as bringing in your pet because your pet is inoculated. We need to have vet services on site or available to them to inoculate animals, or at least check them for various dangerous illnesses. So, I mean, it goes beyond just your regular boarding house. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes. Do they, when an animal is picked up and dropped off, do they do it any hours of the day or specific times to inoculate that animal?
In terms of, you're talking about in terms of any pound service or
Right.
Service Valley?
Yeah, if you pick up an animal, take it to the Source Valley, if you take it to their kennel, it's a drop-off, they don't know it's coming.
Correct.
Wouldn't it be the same if we picked it up and dropped it off? They're gonna have to get the same inoculation and be checked out? Or do you only allowed to drop them off at certain hours?
No, our agreement with them right now has built-in vet services. So when our animal control drops an animal off, my guess would be that they would evaluate it at their earliest convenience, and I don't know when that is, but it would be, the animal would get some attention soon on in the process. I guess the point that I'm getting at is that we don't have an agreement with them to do a drop-off service. I mean, Service Valley Animal Shelter doesn't have, outside of the contract, a drop-off service. We wouldn't be able to go to a normal kennel, which there really aren't that many of them in Minot, and just start utilizing them that same way because we don't have that vet capacity at those locations. Does that make sense?
Okay, and you know that they don't have a drop-off service?
I was my strong belief, and he's motioning that they do not.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Fuller.
Sorry, just real quick, Dale, or Chief, either one of you guys, I know we're in a tough situation here, but I mean, isn't there 4, 5, 6 different entities around here that we could maybe reach out to help us while we're trying to figure this all out? I mean, Animal Empowerment League, Stray Sanctuary, Hairball Haven, I mean, there's a number of them out there that I'm sure they're animal lovers that would jump at the chance to try and help if we're stuck.
We will reach out to different folks if this comes to a vote that we don't have any other options. But the reality is, no one else put in for it. At this moment, the other relationship with the other vet clinic that's in town, that's been severed. And so trying to rebuild that relationship, but at the current moment, that answer is no as well. And so when you're sitting where we are, that's where the issue truly comes in. What do we do? Because there's only so many, we could find some places for cats, I'm sure. Maybe. It's gonna be your dogs and stuff like that you start to run into your issues. And again, there's nothing that I know of in the county and nothing else in the city that I know of. Go ahead, Justin.
Members of the council, Mayor Janser, I think the other big part we need to remember is the vet care in regards to this. Space is obviously one of those issues. We take in lost pets, all those different types of things, but much like the deputy chief said, we take in a lot of dangerous animals, a lot of neglected animals, a lot of abandoned animals that need immediate vet care. So part of this RFP included the vet care. So even if we find another space, we need to figure out what does that vet care look like, whether that's contracting now with another veterinarian in town, all those different types of things. So we need to understand there's two big parts to this.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just have Michaela read out a portion of the RFP that highlights maybe one of the issues.
Yeah, so, Justin, this was emailed to me from you, so I would think you could confirm if this was, the intent. But the intent of the RFP to establish a professional service agreement with one service provider for the animal pound services for the city of Minot Police Department, hereafter referred to as the city. The agreement will begin at 12:01 a.m. the day after the service provider has been notified that the agreement has been fully executed and will expire at 11:59 p.m. on the date 3 years after commencing the agreement. It is the intent of the city to develop a 3-year agreement, but the city reserves the right to negotiate a different length of the agreement for a sole option.
Are we tied into the 2-year aspect, or can we negotiate? Can we go back to the table at this point, or is there?
Yeah, exactly. That's my, so at this point, with what is the motion that we have on the table right now? Right now, we've got,
The current
we've got the
motion,
month to month, right?
No,
No,
the
no, no,
current-
resend the RFP.
Yeah, resend out the
direct
RFP.
staff to pull back the current RFP and reissue the RFP with the financial requirements included. But in typing that, I did not hear who the second was, so if anyone remembers.
I did.
You were the second?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Alderman Blessam did. Can I ask another question? In the proposed agreement, and I read it, but I didn't, I don't recall this. So what is the option out? Is there a, if we decided in the course of the contract that we wanted to, for whatever reason, sever the agreement and start over, what are the notice requirements, or is there such a clause in it?
And while you're looking up
Alderman
Mark's,
Fuller.
well, thank you, Mark. While you're looking at Mark's stuff, one of the things that I was going to say is the financial reporting requirement. I would like to move it, in that thing so it's July 1st to June 30th, so it correlates with budget season. I'd also like to have, to Alderwoman Olson's point, if we're going to have a seat on the board, I would think we should have some voting rights or say in that. And I understand there's probably some financial data and things when they're negotiating that if we hear, I get that, and I understand that. It's not lost on me. But, I mean, there's so many things going on here. I feel like we're kind of being pushed up against the wall and saying either you take it our way or you don't take it at all. And I don't think that's the right way for us to go into contracts and spend the money of everybody in our community.
Is that all right with the second to add in the contract date?
Okay, Alderman Samuelson, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to make a comment on this. From my knowledge before, on an independent board and member in a tax-exempt organization, is that person cannot be paid by that organization,
Makes sense.
is where the compensation comes in. So to me, that means we could be on that board as a voting member if they would allow it, because the compensation comes from that organization.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, to that point, I mean, the one thing that I think we all feel with the different boards that we serve on, you become an advocate. I mean, you hear me talking about the Commission on Aging because I serve on the board and I see the great work they do, right? Like, there's the other side of that that's not hiding things. It's more just saying, that's our advocate. That's the person who really makes things happen for us. So, one of the things that also comes to my mind is just that phrase of living to fight another day. When I look at our, we've been through a lot tonight working back and forth with the PD. I'm not here to make the job tougher for everybody, right? Now, at the same time, locking us into 3 years of something that multiple ones of us have some issues with is tough for me. It's tough for me to vote yes, just say, yep, go with it as is. I realize that's what the RFP said. So, I think the best option at this point would be to try to negotiate from here rather than to redo the RFP is my thought. If we can try to get those things negotiated in. And maybe what we end up with is a 2-year agreement that gives us a little of what we're looking for, and we try to get it in the next version.
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I kind of fall in line with that, right? And the Alderwoman Olson's comments, we kind of need each other at this point, and I understand you guys are between a rock and a hard place in the sense of you don't have your full board here, you don't have board approval, you can't speak for the board, but also, I think all of us feel kind of icky about what's transpired here. It's, again, how do any one of us, and again, everybody can vote for themselves, how do any one of us vote for this agreement when we'd had this back and forth? But I am sensitive to staff and to the police department, clear out the garages, we're gonna be housing pets there, which is not a position we wanna be in. So I agree with Alderman Blessam that I think finding an amicable path forward and giving both sides an opportunity to do that would be the best path forward. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if that's a tabling this issue to be brought back at a special council meeting, well, we have a meeting on Friday. Could this be a part of that meeting? Could we table this until Friday to see if staff and if leadership staff at the police department and Surf Valley Animal Shelter can find an agreement? I don't know if you guys could speak to that, if you'd be willing to take that, or if it's just telling us to kick rocks, which is fine too. Well, then that at least gives us a direction that we need to go, and that would be voting to put the RFP out. But if you guys would be willing to table this until Friday, when we are reconvening at a posted meeting, that might be a path forward. So I'd like to hear from you guys on that, if that would be amicable to you guys. Otherwise, I won't waste the motion.
And while there may be coming, Mr. Mayor, if I could, Steph, our Friday meeting, is that an action that's okay in that meeting? It's an open session, just to make sure that we could.
I would recommend amending whatever agenda has been posted. I don't think
The
anything's
agenda
been
has not
posted
been
yet.
posted. I've been waiting for a final document.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it
we
has
could
not
get
been
it
We could add
updated,
it to
though.
the agenda.
Because we want the public to know it's gonna be discussed. is the
Yeah,
thing.
I don't think that agenda is finalized, so that could be added to it, no problem.
So Mayor Janser, members of the council, they would be amicable to readdressing this on Friday.
So I'll make that motion to table this item until our Friday meeting and be placed on that agenda. And direct city staff to negotiate with Surf Valley Animal Shelter Board to find a path forward.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Paul. I have a motion on the floor.
Yes.
So before you can make a motion, if we're going to do that, I will pull my motion back then to pull back the RFP and kick it back out, if you're okay with that, Mike, and I'll let this one go.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then this would be a new motion directing staff.
yeah.
But yeah, that, I'm good
So
with that.
then I'll make the motion to table the item until Friday and direct staff to work with Surf Valley Animal Shelter on finding a resolution to some of the issues.
Okay, just to be clear on what I think happened with some looks and hand signals and stuff. Alderman Fuller, you withdrew your motion, and the second agreed. And so Alderman Pittner's new motion is in order, and we had a second.
I will second that.
Alderman Olson seconded that. We are on discussion of the motion to table until Friday and put it on that agenda and have the staff work and negotiate in the meantime. Alderman Pittner.
And I've said it before, and Alderman Fuller stated this is one of those situations where not everybody's going to get what they want, but it's probably going to be the best outcome. So I'll leave that. I'm not going to be a part of these negotiations, but I think we have to have that mindset. We got to find a path forward, because that's what we're looking out for, is the community and for the pets and for the animals within it. So want that to be on the forefront of everyone's minds.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none. If not, I see none, it's time to vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is 6.8, which is the alcohol ordinance comprehensive rewrite. This was passed on first reading. We are here to, with a recommendation to consider passing it on second reading. What are your wishes? Alderman Pittner.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm going to offer up, we were all emailed earlier today about some of the, one of the changes we had made to a supper club license. of having a seating requirement of 150 individuals. And Michaela, can you back me up on this as far as where staff is, or as far as the Renaissance Zone exemption that was in there that maybe wasn't included, that was stricken?
So it's my understanding that, well, our current ordinances have in the supper club definition, 150 seats required, but there's an exemption for the Renaissance Zone areas that don't have to necessarily follow that rule. So that was in there currently. When staff brought this, the staff recommendations, that portion was removed along with the seating requirements of 150. I believe, can't remember which reading we were at or what discussion, it was brought back by Alderman Blessam to add that, the 150 seats requirement back in. So I guess my question would be, would it have been your intent to include the Renaissance portion? Or, you know, and that was maybe a staff error that it didn't get added back in, or if it was not in your intent, then that is no longer a part of the
No,
proposed.
I think staff captured my intent. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have a discussion about the ramifications of that, but I think we've got the right intent in what's written. So if we're going to amend, we need to amend.
Yeah, Alderman Pittner.
So I would actually offer an amendment to actually strike the requirement of 150, the 150 seat requirement, replace it with a different limiter of requiring a waiter or server to take food and drink orders at a table or a counter that patrons are seated at.
I'll second.
Alderman Pittner.
And again, when we had the 150 seat limitation and the Renaissance Zone, that was geared towards venues downtown revitalization. And then when we removed that 150 with the exemption that we removed as well, we've now placed those supper club establishments kind of in a weird spot where they actually are non-compliant. So I think, and then also on top of that, the reason that we could add the Renaissance Zone area back in, what happens when the Renaissance blocks move? Or if the Renaissance Zone were to dissolve and they didn't do it at the state level, that's no longer applicable for that exemption. So I think finding that there was one of the items that was offered up in the email. It's actually, I believe it's Williston, I think does something like that for their supper club licenses. So I think that's a path forward. So I'll leave it at that.
Alderman Blessam.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for me, the biggest thing with this whole question is, I think we can all get an idea in our minds of what a supper club is, right? It's primarily a restaurant. It serves food, and you can get a mixed drink along with it. I mean, that to me is what we're going for in what we're trying to accomplish with this portion of the licensing structure. And so what's the best way to get at that? I mean, the seats was one way that night we were talking about that seemed to make sense. Maybe it's not the most perfect one. We got a couple in downtown that I would definitely say are supper clubs that may not be hitting that number right now. So are we, like, it's just kind of artificial to say, well, shoot, that's the number, right? So I think this is a method. The other thing that I'll say that I contemplated as I studied for this was, is 50% enough on the food side? You know, should it be 65? Should it be 75? Because really what we're intending here is that it's a restaurant. If you want to operate a bar that happens to serve food, we have a license for that. That's the other type. This one is, I'm a restaurant, but I serve a mixed drink with it. And so again, I'll support the motion. I think it's probably better than just the bold number of 150. I think our intent is right there, and maybe there's an adjustment that would make sense. I don't know. Alderman Fuller looks like you're ready to talk.
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you. You know, I dug into this a lot too. I saw the email we got today. I understand, I had Michaela send me the list of supper clubs. There's 17 supper clubs. This affects 3 restaurants, right? Or maybe 3. I think one of them actually qualifies with their upstairs, downstairs, and everything. But so, Paul, and I see your point and I understand it. What I would maybe suggest is not taking the 150 requirement out, but adding a modifier for the downtown people. If we're going to get, because the Renaissance zones will move, right? The blocks will move. So that takes care of that, right? So if we say, hey, either you have to have, and if we want to change the number, we can. I'm just using what's there already. You either have to have 150 seats as a supper club, like the 14 of them do, or you have to sell 65% or 60% food and have wait staff go to their table to serve their drinks or at the bar type thing. Like, so you can meet this requirement or this one, right? And does that give them what they need, or does that make the ordinance without removing that? Again, because my argument before about removing the seating capacity, and I'll use Qdoba, and I know Qdoba is getting rid of their liquor license, so I'm just going to pick on them anyway. But if they send somebody out to my table and drop my burrito off to me and they go, hey, would you like a beer? I'll walk over and get it for you. Could they serve me a beer then because they don't have a liquor requirement or a seating requirement?
Alderman Fuller, council members, I just want to correlate the license that Qdoba once had was a retail beer and wine, which we don't have a requirement on seating for. So I just want to make sure that that's kind of like open and upfront in the public when we talk
Absolutely.
about
And
that. I also want to make sure that our, a big point of conversation was how do we make this easier, not only for the license holders to understand, the public to understand, the enforcement of it, the licensing of it. I understand your point, and I get that. It just adds on another layer at licensing that, another staff member would have to know exactly how many occupancies they have, which is not something that I particularly know, but the fire department would.
Right.
And if we add on another layer of that, if they're less than 150, then they have to show more food than the 50%. They have to show 60%. I'm just saying that those are extra layers that, as staff, we want to make sure we can provide if we're going to put it in ordinance.
Okay, fair enough.
Alderman Samuelson.
Just have a question on what the motion is.
The current motion, hold on, let me click on it. Is to amend to strike the requirement of 150 seats for the supper club license, but include requiring a server/waiter that takes orders at a tabletop, if I'm correct.
Mayor, if I may, I'm plugged
City
into-
Attorney.
I'm plugged into Dias 7 if the public information officer wants to share my screen and see if I'm capturing this correctly. So a supper club shall mean an establishment or enterprise which primarily operates as a restaurant. Strike through the seating requirement. The Renaissance zone language that's currently in the ordinance is not included back in. And adding whose wait staff takes orders. Was there a part about delivering drinks to patrons at their table?
Requiring a waiter or server to take food and drink orders at the table or counter that patrons are seated at.
Can you repeat that? Just, sorry.
Requiring a waiter or server to take food and drink orders at the table or counter that patrons are seated at.
Sorry, one more time. It's 9:18.
Requiring a waiter or server to take food and drink food and drink orders at the table or counter that the patrons are seated at.
Requires a waiter or server to take food and drink orders at
The table or counter that patrons are seated at.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
So with this, I mean, I think this is getting at most of what we want. I'm kind of sympathetic to Rob's approach of of kind of the dual path. But again, and just for the public's knowledge, I mean, to me, we get into the minutia of this stuff. We're like into really minute details. But to be clear, one of the reasons why this is all so complicated is because this license costs, what, 2% of what a bar license does. So if you're going to go into this path and not, not be in the world of a full liquor license, we're going to have hurdles there. And so that's why this is the way that it is, because of the structure that we have in other places. And so I think it's important to get it right. I think Michaela's right. We want something that's enforceable. We want something that makes sense to people that they can work their way through. I tend to think the dollar's pretty straightforward because you're going to get financials and you're just going to say, is it 50 or 60, right? Or whatever that is. Rob, talk a little bit about the seating again, because I think you were a big advocate for that. And I think that I'm kind of leaning towards kind of an or thing here. You can meet it this way or you can meet it this way.
Yeah, I mean, again, this affects 3 of those supper clubs, right? 3 of them. It's the only 3 that don't have that requirement, and they were the 3 that were downtown that went ahead and did it during the Renaissance Zone stuff, so that they had that language in there. Now, honestly, like taking the requirement out, the seating requirement out, I mean, and I'm just going to say this again bluntly, we had a push before to remove the cap. We shot that down. Now we have a request to change the supper club license, so a license that's relatively cheap without any requirements or any hurdles to get over can go be bought and used by anybody they want to. And again, I'm not trying to, I mean, if we're going to go down this path, I would rather leave the requirement and say, let's grandfather those 3 in and say, that's the requirement, right? Those 3 are grandfathered, and then anybody else going forward has to meet this. I mean, again, if this is what we're trying to do is just appease those 3 people or those 3 restaurants or protect them, then let's do it that way. The seating requirement for a supper club, I think getting rid of that, like I said, what's the point then in having that license? Make it a beer and wine license, make it whatever you want. There's no seating requirement. The supper clubs, as far as I understand, have always had some type of seating requirement to them. So that's why I'm confused as to why we would make this easier to get at a cheaper price, and then they can do whatever they want with it, and there's no restrictions from the city or no hurdles for them to have to meet.
Alderman Blessing.
So, and actually, this, and I think this is maybe the way it was just said, and I'm remembering it now. The alternative would be to say, just instead of bringing Renaissance Zone back in, bring Central Business District back in, because I think that solves it immediately, right? And that isn't changing. That's a zoning world idea that doesn't really change. And so that might be the best way to go about that. That says, yeah, you got to hit the 150 unless you're in the Central Business District. And it's really for all the reasons that have always been there, because downtown you're dealing with a structure that you can't always adjust. And, I mean, maybe I can get there. I don't know. I think
City
that
Clerk.
might be better.
This might be a question for Brian, but is 437 North Broadway considered Central Business District? I'm sorry. I just know that that's one of the licenses that we're discussing, or one of the licenses that would be affected by this, and I'm not sure if it would. They do not.
Okay,
But they
so
are in the Renaissance.
Alderman
that,
Pittner.
that would be Bones Barbecue. Bones Barbecue has a supper club license. They do not have 150 seats. So with that idea, right, the Renaissance Zone is somewhat new in that area. When that block is completed, it moves out. Do they not get a license anymore? Are they not allowed because they don't fall into the Renaissance Zone, and they wouldn't fall into the Central Business District? For me, in my thought, and I agree, right? If you want to do one or the other, 150, or like okay, like that's fine with me. But that also eliminates, and Bones Barbecue is a new business. That is, I think we would all consider that a new business in town. Anybody else that has that concept or that idea, sorry, you can't do it, because you can't do it on North Hill, you can't do it on South Hill. You have to be located in Central Business District, because that's the only place that a supper club license would allow you to do that, providing that exemption. So that's why I think the either or is fine. But again, I don't think just arbitrarily just sticking it with just the Renaissance Zone or Central Business District is the pro-business approach that I would like to take. I would like to give it the flexibility.
So the motion that we have right now is still yours, right? Yep. Which is, Steph, do you still have that one? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm still plugged into DICE 7 if you want to see what I believe the motion is that's on the floor.
So Steph, I'll make an amendment, Mr. Mayor. Steph, what I'm thinking is to unstrike whose restaurant has the capacity all the way through or more patrons at the same time. So unstrike that. Okay, so we're leaving that requirement in. That's one path to get there. If you're a restaurant with 50%, what I'm looking for is the restaurant with 50% and 150. Okay, so that's essentially today, right? No carve out for Central Business District, no carve out for Renaissance Zone. Or we have the server requirement as you've got it written and 60%. So essentially you don't need to be at the 150, but now you got to hit 60. So there's a little higher hurdle. And again, I think it's better if we do this without thinking, okay, wait, how do we fix getting this one in? Because there's a conceptual problem we're going for here. But I would agree. I look at Bones. I mean, we eat there. To me, it's a supper club. It's not a bar. I mean, I think it fits what I would want to fit under this license type. That's what I'm thinking. And my hope would be that they're running 60+%. I don't know.
And,
You know, that,
yeah.
I hope.
And
but-
I'll just be fully, I'll be clear. I do plan on tabling this second reading at the end of these discussions to give other license holders, other business owners the opportunity to speak, because again, we think we create a solution and we created 4 more problems in its place. So again, I do plan on tabling this motion when all is said and done, because staff will have some work to do.
Alderman Blessum, was there a 60% requirement that I heard you mention?
A 60% requirement if you're not meeting the 150.
60% of food sales would be required if you're under the 150 capacity.
Yeah, so that whole section might need to get revamped.
I think,
Yeah.
Because there's a or
I mean, I
that I'm
think we
looking
have the
for.
intent in the, oh, Ryan's standing up, so I don't know.
Mr.
Good evening, Mayor Janser, members of the council. The zoning of 437 North Broadway is C2 General Commercial.
It's in the red.
So it's
But it is
outside of central business.
Okay. Having been around for the time when, this 50% part was sort of discussed multiple times, and, recognizing that I agree with the idea that this license should be for a food establishment, a restaurant that also wants to, serve a drink, as Alderman Blessum pointed out. But I think it's fair to say that both the 150 seats and the 60% is an arbitrary number that we picked, and so why can't it? Somebody that has a piece of property that would work for 135 seats, but really doesn't work for 150. They're stuck. So I think the either or thing does make some sense, and maybe helps get us there. Alderman Pittner.
Yeah, again, another reason I'll want to sleep on this is because as of right now, if McDonald's is 151 seats, I can get a whiskey and Coke to go.
Right.
I mean,
Right,
is that the intent
right.
that we're trying to create?
Exactly. Because they'll easily hit the 60%.
Oh, yeah.
And they won't,
They'll
yeah,
do that in a
it's-
day, So again, it just, that's why, again, I fully intend to table this, to mull this over and study this a little bit more.
So Mr. Mayor, the amendment that I brought is what would be on the table if there's a second.
I was just gonna say, I don't think we've gotten a second. And then Steph also.
I'll
to-
second it. Discussion.
Pittner seconds. Okay. City Clerk.
Yeah, and Steph, I think that when you were writing this out, we need to move the 60% to the second requirement, not the first one. The 150 would allow you to do it normal
50.
with the 50%. The second portion of this, where it doesn't have to be 150.
Yeah, Steph, your first or is right. The second or is the one that's got to get adjusted.
Sorry.
This is at 9:30 after these guys have.
And we're wordsmithing here.
I know. Live editing is,
Or at least 60%.
and Mr. Mayor, if I could, to your point, this is what all gets difficult because we're trying to manage this world. Really.
Yeah.
My point from the very beginning of this entire discussion is everybody should pay about a $250 to $500 fee. Go make whatever business you want. That's my contention, and that's why this gets so hard, is because we're trying to manipulate the market, and that's a tough place for us to be, and we're doing it because of history, and I get that, but.
Okay. So we have in front of us what is in the motion. Is that a correct statement?
This is an amended motion, correct?
Or the amendment, actually?
I'm amending Paul's motion.
Okay. Okay, discussion on the amendment.
And who was moved and seconded? Okay,
I moved, he seconded.
on the amendment, okay.
Okay, seeing no discussion, then we are voting on the amendment. Yeah,
So the 150 should still require 50%. Am I not seeing that? Am I missing?
No, that is not included in there. So it's supper club shall mean, there's
But that is part of the
conditions,
license.
shall mean an establishment or enterprise that primarily operates as a restaurant. So that's first thing.
5-6.
Second thing, holds a supper club license as described in Minot City Ordinance 5-32. They all have to do that. And either, so here's where the choice comes in. Currently, one has the capacity to seat 150 or more at the same time. Sales are not included there. So if you want me to include sales, I can include that.
No, but if you scroll down to the license type,
She's saying that there's a baseline for Supper Club itself that says 50. It's only option 2 that gives you the higher threshold. So that maybe is already okay.
if you scroll down to the license where it discusses the license, like right now it's 5-16, and I don't know what that became in the new one because I haven't.
Screen.
And Mr. Mayor, is it 50 or 51%? Because I always understood it to be 51%, but I might.
Greater
Yeah,
than 50.
it should
And
be
it
50
says-
plus a penny. is the way
Greater
I'm
than
thinking.
50. So I guess it could be, a fraction of a percent over.
But 50% is not the correct number to put in, right?
5-12 that has the supper club.
I think so. So I think when we spell it out, it discusses the 50% requirement in that.
So this is, likely gonna require some more thought and review than what I humbly am able to expend at this hour
If you go down to
of
a little bit,
Live
of the
editing.
night. I would be happy to rework this and bring this back to you
But,
at another council meeting.
but the essential pieces are that it's a supper club. If it has to have 150
5 dash.
Yep, so 150 and 50%.
and 50%, or
Essentially table service.
table
and
service
60.
60%.
and 60%.
Yep.
Those are the two requirements. Does everybody understand that? Are we clear? Clerk, do you have that as the motion or the amendment?
I have that. My question would be, and I don't know if it's appropriate to amend this, because if you go back, if you approve this amendment, it basically changes what I would consider Alderman Pittner's full motion. Am I missing?
He just added to.
Yeah, so I'm amending his motion.
Just, okay.
Yep. So if we accept mine, that becomes the language that is Paul's original.
Yes.
Right, and then we have to vote on that motion.
Yep, we'd have to
The
vote on
amended
both.
motion, yes, indeed. Okay, so everybody understand the amendment? Okay, then let's vote on that amendment.
The motion to amend passed 6-1 with dissent from Alderman Pittner.
Okay, now we're going to be back to Alderman Pittner's motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on that? Alderman Pittner.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna vote no on it just because, again, it's my motion plus the additional. I haven't given enough thought to like the 60%. We talked about removing items from Central Business District, Renaissance Zone, 150 seats. You know, we talked about, Bones Barbecue. We shouldn't try to, pigeonhole those ones in. What other businesses are gonna be capped that are at 55 or 59%? I don't know. I don't know what I don't know at this point. I'm gonna vote no on it. But I don't know what the right answer is moving forward.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, on that, just the other side of it, if we do after this table it, to make sure, number one, that we get all the language straightened out, we get everything ready and looking the way that we want it. Hopefully, we can do a little bit of that in between and hear from some people of if the next iteration created the next problem. And I mean, this is the rabbit hole that we're digging in right now. So, my hope would be that generally this is the right concept, and if it's tabled, it could still be amended again. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Are we ready to vote on the amended motion? Then let's go ahead and do that.
The motion passed 6-1 with dissent from Alderman Pittner.
Okay. Alderman Pittner.
So another item before tabling, I'd like to direct staff. I'd like to direct staff to bring back language. I talked to staff a little bit on this, on special event permits. Whether it be limiting special event permits for establishments and/or finding language that aligns with other communities that limit what a special permit can do. The reason, well, I'll leave that.
I'll second.
Okay, and so if I may continue, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
One thing that was brought to my attention by some individuals, and I talked with Chief Fry on this, there's been an attempt to run a second establishment via special event permits. So essentially running two bars under one permit at two separate locations. I don't think that's the intent of a special event permit. I don't think that's the intent of the licenses. We were told throughout, some of the feedback that we got throughout this process was, there's only so much of the pie to go around. If you allow more establishments to open, that just eats into everybody else's pie. So when a license holder is attempting to open a second establishment, I think that's what we were asked to not do, is to allow more establishments above and beyond what we have approved. So I would like to find some way to close that loophole. I've had some conversations with staff. I'm willing to have more, but whether it be to limit special event permits, some of the ideas that I had were, there's no limit on expanding your existing licensed premise. So I'll use Lamplighter as an example. They have their Oktoberfest every year. They could do that. They could expand their premise into their parking lot or into an additional room, unlimited amount of times. But if you were to go off-site, you would have a limit per quarter or per year on how many times that could happen. I don't know if that's the right answer. Those are just thoughts that I'm providing and potential jumping off points for some of this stuff. But that's the reason behind that.
So
Okay.
to
Do we need a motion for that?
There
or-
is, there's a motion in a second.
Okay, we got.
clarify the motion, staff will bring back options on special event permits, limiting the number of off-site special event permits and limiting how they can be used.
So
Is it just limiting the number of off-site permits and allowing an unlimited number of expansions into a contiguous space to your licensed premises?
yes, or is there language that to outline and define what special event permits are allowed to do? I believe it was Bismarck language. Michaela, you can help me out on this. I know it's almost 10 o'clock, but I think it was Bismarck said, you can't run a like business via special event permit. You can't just open a second establishment across town and run two sites.
But to clarify, you want language developed on both concepts brought back to the city council for its consideration.
Yeah, or just maybe if that's, yeah.
The other thing that I think comes into play here, and maybe as part of the definition of a special event permit, is duration. You know, if a special event permit is limited to X number of days or something like that, it sort of prohibits what I think you're trying to get at.
I think the problem is that we don't have a limit, so if someone wants to run a 2-week permit and file for 24 of them, they have a year long of special event permits, which is what was being contemplated and potentially practiced.
And my understanding to that end, Mayor Janser, Alderman Pittner, is that we've always allowed special event permits as a temporary means to bridge a gap. So if someone loses I think the example that was raised was the golf course. When they lost their operator, they were allowed to conduct special event permits to bridge the summer gap. So they did that in 2-week time spans with a license holder. Another example that was brought up are special events like the Christmas bar. That's something where there's a beginning, there's an end. It's not a 2-week permit for an entire year to have a second space. So at some point, I would anticipate that staff receiving a certain number of special event permits would then bring that to the council and say, they've special event permitted another space for an entire year. It's always been contemplated as a temporary means. What number, is there a number that the council thinks is a threshold? That's gonna be something that will be in the discretion of the council to tell us. Is it 10? Is it 50?
I think that's where we can get some knowledge, is if there's any other language in other cities, right? I mean, that's as a starting point, because we can amend 45 to 60 if we think that makes sense.
Mr. Mayor, and I
Alderman
know
Fuller.
Michaela's got something to say here. I guess my question on this, while we're talking about it, is do we need to define how many times a license can have a special event permit? Because I know some people operate their license out of certain areas and they just do special events all over the place, like every month, every other month, whatever it is. To me, that doesn't seem like they're following the letter of the law with the liquor license. But, so do we need to define how many special events a liquor license can do? I think that should be, looked at while we're talking about this at least.
And Mayor Janser, Alderman Fuller, to that end, there are some cities that do cap it. I can't remember if it's West Fargo or Bismarck that says each license holder gets 10 special events and that's it. So once you hit the cap, you don't get any more special event permits. You got to find another license holder to come do your event.
Michaela?
So, yes, so special event permits, state law is very broad about it. You can get it for up to 2 weeks at a time, as long as it's at the same premise. We have a lot of people that will do special event permits for an temporary but extended period of time. The farmer's market, we have one of the wineries comes into town and they take out enough to do the farmer's market from the time it opens in the early summer to the fall. So yes, there are, I will say that all of the ones that we've encountered so far that have been issued longer, extended times, yes, they have been 2-week permits, but they've been consecutive, have been temporary, a means to an end to get to the next point. State law is super broad. Every city is different. Like I said, I think, Fargo, they limit how many you can have in a year. In general, it's not contiguous to your property. It's just you get that much. Yes, I believe it was Bismarck that had conversations about how it can't be used as like a second premise. So every city is different. It's just how does the city of Minot want to operate with those permits? And that's kind of, where the council will have to decide and step in as to how they, in conversations with PD, their major thing, and the one change that was on this current is that they would like to see it as similarly situated events. So it's not like you're taking out a 2-week permit at one premise and one day you're operating a 50-person holiday party, and then 2 to 3 days later, you're operating a 300-person wedding, or a concert of a symphony is a whole lot different than, like a major performance concert. Like, it's hard to regulate if you're doing multiple events of different sizes on one permit. And that's kind of where we're at right now with the change in there. But it still leaves it open to be, what would you consider a similarly situated event? Would doing business at another location for an extended period of time be similarly situated? And that's the question that's been asked.
Alderman Pittner.
Some communities also require that if you pull a special event permit, your existing establishment needs to be closed while that special event permit is in place. I mean, other communities across the country. So again, I think there's a lot of ways to move forward on this, but
City Attorney, do you have a sense of direction from these discussions, or does that clarify anything for you?
I think so. Is that all from the council? Was there more?
I think we're
Well,
good.
that's the motion right now, is on special event.
I wasn't sure if we were.
We haven't tabled it yet, so there's possibilities here. But any further discussion or input? Okay, so we have a motion to table? No?
This is,
Not yet.
we haven't voted on it yet. Yeah,
Oh,
so this is a motion to direct staff to
The
take an
direct
action.
staff. Okay, all right, so we've got that, and we got a second, and so any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Alderman Pittner.
I will make a motion to table this until.
One sec, sorry. Before you go, I had one more thing that we had talked to Steph about. We met a meeting last week. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt Paul. I'll let him finish.
No,
Alderman Fuller, you're recognized.
Thank you. I apologize. So last week, Alderman Hayes, Chief, Deputy Chief, Captain Sondheim, Michaela, Chief Kelly, and I believe Lieutenant Chapman met with a couple of the bar owners. They had some questions and requests about some of this stuff, so we sat down and talked to them. And one of the things that they're asking us is if we could stand up a committee that meets quarterly, that one council member, one PD officer, one bar owner, one supper club owner, and somebody at large that could kind of help regulate and say, hey, this is working, this isn't working. Things that are not illegal, like serving a minor underage or something like that in a bar, they would kind of self-regulate themselves. Hey, they're doing this wrong, we're going to talk to them. I don't know. We had given a lot of ideas when I talked to Steph and everything. There was a lot of requests during that meeting. I know Michaela had a lot of it. But I would like to direct staff to bring language back on some kind of committee for us as well, for them to have a small amount of oversight and input with regard to the liquor ordinance in the chamber or in the council.
City Attorney.
And so my request for clarification on this, is this a committee that you want memorialized in the ordinance, or is this more of a steering committee that can be set up outside of the confines of the ordinance that will meet quarterly and longer, but more as like a policy direction to provide direction on the ordinance and make recommendations to council on any changes that need to be had? The conversation that I had with Alderman Fuller talked about where you see committees typically present in other cities, alcohol ordinances, they're given some level of oversight. So the hearing that we had earlier today at 4:30, that could be a hearing that could be held in front of another committee. It could be in front of the alcohol committee that would hear the violation and be the due process body that hears the violation itself. So my understanding is that isn't necessarily what was contemplated by the committee that met, that they would be the hearing body that would hear
Correct.
that?
This would be some type of steering committee to
Okay.
help, meeting quarterly, just having some input, talking, being able to talk amongst themselves and bring it back to us as the council and say, hey, this is working, this isn't working, you might want to look at this and those types of things.
Sure. So with that, my intent would be to include language in the memo coming back to the council to consider standing up a steering committee of sorts, like an alcohol ordinance steering committee that would meet quarterly, provide a report to the council on how the ordinance is working, any recommended changes, any additional concerns to bring forth. Unless the council would like me to put it in the ordinance, I could do that too.
No.
I think outside the ordinance.
We're getting signals, head nods, no.
Yeah, I think outside the
Steering,
ordinance.
steering committee it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
Was there a second on the motion from all?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay. Alderman Pittner.
Didn't we just do that? Didn't we just have an ordinance rewrite committee for several months that honestly wasn't very effective? And now we're rewriting the ordinance up here at the dais at the council level.
Right.
I mean, and again, just to include government into it, the bureaucracy of having a council member on it, and that's fine. We can take a look at it and what that structure would be, but if someone has ideas on the ordinance, or if license holders want to come together and bring forward recommendations, they can do that and not have to have the bureaucracy of government involved in it, or a steering committee, or.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, the concern that I've had with it, just along those lines, especially when we talk about, oh, we might sort of self-police and look at this as boy, you end up with a lot of finger pointing and something like that, and suddenly we have people, who whatever beef they have is playing out in a committee that's sort of government sanctioned. So yeah, I mean, I don't, because the request is coming from the people directly involved, I don't have any problem with taking a look at it, but that's a different question than what we expect to get out of the end of it. Because I think getting some feedback that says, hey, the changes you just made did this, that's helpful, but they could also do that, at any time at the podium too. So
Yeah, I mean, I guess my sense of it is kind of agreeing with you, Alderman Blessum, that, we're accessible to these license holders if they either, I've met with, 2 or 3 of them at a time who wanted to visit over time. I think that's available. I don't know, but, so we have a motion to form this steering committee, is that?
yep, to have the staff bring it back.
Or to direct staff,
Yep.
and did somebody?
I
No,
seconded
I
it. Seconded
Okay,
it, yeah.
Alderman Olson.
Thank you. It's getting late. We had a liquor and gambling committee, a standing committee that met for many, many, many years. And when we went through the government change and we reduced the number of members on our council, we determined that committee was not necessary because, and it's going back to what's being said right now, if there is an issue, it should come to us. It should come to all of us so that we can hear it and we can try to resolve it. And when you have a committee, people will come to the committee and then, there might be a recommendation and it still comes back to us and we still discuss it all. It really is just kind of redundant. And so I would really encourage people who have some concerns or issues to bring it to us, the whole body.
Further discussion.
So, Mr. Mayor, just real quick,
Alderman Blessum.
I'm gonna vote yes simply because I think it's worth seeing what staff comes back with and being responsive to what the folks are saying. I'll reserve my vote on whether we actually implement it until we see that, but I think it's worth at least seeing that step because it's being requested.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I think we're ready to vote on this motion.
The motion passed 5-2 with dissents from Mayor Janser and Alderwoman Olson.
Okay. Moving right along. Alderman Pittner.
Motion to table until staff places it back on the agenda. I want to give you guys enough time. I don't know if you have any input on when it's adequate.
Can we table to first meeting in March. At the very least, we'll provide an update. I think that'll give everyone time to kind of review and digest how this can play out. It'll give people an opportunity to reach out regarding the supper club license, and I would think we'd be able to have something before the council then.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to table until March, or first meeting in March. Alderman Pittner.
And I just want to put this out there for my colleagues. I think you guys deserve this. From what this started as with the committee work to what it's become to the kind of the work that's happening now and some of the conversations that are happening behind the scenes and whatnot, I'm honestly leaning towards when we get this all back and just to be clear for staff, I don't know if I'll even vote for this final document when all the changes are made because it's become so Frankenstein of what the intent was in order to move this forward, and it's been so hacksawed together. I'm just giving some foreshadowing onto where I'm coming from. So,
Okay, we have a motion to table, moved and seconded. City Attorney.
Just as a point of clarification, so one of the feedback comments I got was an email from Ms. Hofferth, and she caught there's a typo in here, and it has to do with the reference to section like 1512. So as we made red lines, there were a few changes in here where it's a 12 that should be a 9. If we see any of those as we go through the ordinance, I'm just gonna make some of those clerical edits that we see as we move on. I'll include them in the red lined version so everybody sees them, but I just wanted to let you know I'm going to take the liberty to just correct some of those changes.
That's very
as we go
lawyerly
through
of you, and
the document.
I think we all will benefit from that. Okay, we have motion and a second to table. It seems we're ready to vote on that. Let's go ahead and do so.
The motion passed unanimously.
Okay, moving right along. Next item on the agenda is some appointments to the recently established City County Library Committee. And I would let you know that in addition to the appointments that you see listed before you, I did receive communication from Commission Chairman Feldall that at their meeting earlier today, Ron Merritt and Miranda Schuler were appointed from the County Commission, and Tammy Ware was appointed from the Ward County Library Board. What are your wishes?
Move approval.
Second.
Moving second to approve the appointments. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, just
Alderman Olson.
two recommendations. One is I would really like to see the city host these meetings. I think that there'll be an interest in the meetings and our technology is available. Our PIO can help live stream some of these meetings, so I'd make that recommendation that we host the meetings. And also would direct the two library directors to set the first meeting. And after that, then the whole committee would be able to discuss upcoming meetings and chairmanship and all of that. But if the two library directors could schedule the first meeting, I think it would be helpful.
Thank you, Alderman Olson. I think those are worthwhile recommendations. Additionally, the subject came up of who would be the chair or how a chair would be selected, and in the conversation that Chairman Feldall and I had, the concept came up of perhaps having a co-chair, one commissioner and one alderman. So that's sort of what is in the suggestion bin, at least for this group as they start up. So with that, any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Oh, City Clerk.
I just have a question, and I can reach out to Ward County if you didn't have word on that, but as it's being an appointed committee, did you get any direction on whether or not it was city staff that would be preparing the minutes and things like that, or is that county staff, or was that not?
We did not give direction on that. Alderman Olson, do you have a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, so the last time that we met, the library directors actually took minutes. They'll be, I'm sure Mr. Pika is just smiling right now, but that was how we did it in the past.
Okay. Okay. All right. Without seeing any further discussion, we're ready to vote on the motion. Please record your votes.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right, that brings us to item 7, which is personal appearances. We have several folks who are going to speak, and I can go through the rules of engagement very quickly. If you want to speak during public appearances, personal appearances, we ask that you fill out one of these little speaker cards, which are available up on the table. And the required information is your name, your address, which will be held confidentially, and then the topic that you wish to speak on. And those need to be given to the city clerk so that she can process them. Missing information disqualifies this individual from speaking at the meeting. Each individual will be allotted 5 minutes to make comments. The individual will be notified when their 5 minutes have expired. There'll be a clock running that you can also observe, and the 5-minute time limit may be extended by a majority vote of the city council. All comments must, number 1, address the topic identified on the speaker card. 2, be pertinent to the city of Minot and fall under the authority of the city council. 3, be directed to the council as a whole. Comments may not be defamatory, abusive, harassing, or unlawful. May not include information that is exempt or confidential under North Dakota open records law. May not interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Individuals will not have access to the city's audio or visual technology unless prearranged. And individuals may not yield their allotted time to another individual. And that is how we will proceed. And our first speaker is Sean Slomka. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that or butchered that. And he's going to be speaking on automated plate readers.
Good
evening.
My name is Sean Slomka. I have lived in Minot for 5 years now this month. And I just wanted to make sure that I could come up here and speak against the automated license plate readers that I saw that were passed here today. I've lived in many places around America, primarily Chicago before coming here. And I've lived under these technologies before. They were not beneficial to the microphone. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't feel they were ever beneficial to the public, and that they weren't very good for law enforcement either. One of the reasons I believe that people may come out to live in places like North Dakota, like Minot, is because we don't have technologies like automated surveillance, license plate readers, things like that, that are present in all these big cities. One of the things that has stuck out to me the most about living in Minot and out here is the amount of liberties or respect for the Constitution that is present in this part of the country as opposed to other places that I've lived. And I believe that things like this are detrimental to that. They go against our constitutional rights when it comes to, sorry, I have to be real close to this thing. There we go. Oh, that's better. Sorry. And another thing that strikes me about places like Minot in the country, we have very good law enforcement, and that they are quite trustworthy and do their jobs much better than larger cities that I've lived in. And I've been quite appreciative of that living here. But I think technologies like this pit the law enforcement against the public when everyone is being looked at and viewed and judged and profiled automatically by computers who aren't thinking like people might be. I think it makes it more difficult for them to perform their jobs with the integrity and the dignity that I'm used to in Minot that I've seen since I've been up here. Sorry. So this technology is very concerning to me. And I do believe that most people would have an opposition to having this kind of thing in the public. It bothers me that this kind of thing is left to a council vote rather than the public being asked in the democratic process. I don't know that I can sway any opinions here today, but I thought that I'd give you mine. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Hermansilo, also speaking about ALPR.
Hi, my name, whoa, that was really loud that time, sorry. My name is Lisa Hermosillo. My speech is kind of based off on before everything was voted on, and I haven't been here for the previous meetings where this was talked about, so, but towards the end of it, it will kind of go into how things were voted on tonight. LPR has certainly been a highly talked about subject, and at times with some heavy conversations and debate. I wanted to personally say that I'm grateful for the level of openness that Minot PD's Chief of Police, Chief Fry, has kept with the public and here in front of the council in regard to the program. He has provided in-depth information on what the program entails of, despite the disrespect that he has encountered in doing so, which I am very disappointed to even have to mention. Today I'm here to speak and voice support of utilizing LPR. First, the intent with this program is to increase precision and effectiveness for our officers when doing their job. This is an excellent opportunity to revamp previous and older methods for a more updated and advanced process. Secondly, this program highly considers the safety of our law enforcement officers by alerting officers that the vehicle pulled over is operated by a person tied to criminal activity or the vehicle itself. And as many of us are aware, stolen vehicles are often used more than not to commit additional crimes. So it makes sense to be on the lookout for vehicles. It has been my experience and observation that the general public will display an outcry of responses ranging from, well, law enforcement should have done more. Law enforcement needs the tools to find these criminals. Why don't we have a program in place that would make their job easier? When it comes to various cases ranging from kidnapping, homicide, stolen vehicles, and other criminal offenses. Well, here we have that opportunity to do just that. Instead of expecting someone down the line to abuse the program, maybe give Chief Fry and his team a chance to implement this program before we start making assumptions and assuming that this method would be abused. And let's see how this will support the department as they have strongly presented over the last couple months. Recent studies have also shown how time improved drastically with the departments leading to successful apprehensions or help with cases. Now, many have also talked about the fear of law enforcement knowing our whereabouts. I would like to point out that our license plates are read and recorded digitally almost anywhere we go, and without us even maybe knowing, and are stored on databases as well. Car washes, drive-through restaurants, retail stores, stoplights, people's personal dash cams are everywhere, and they're used. All of which are also a place where law enforcement make contact with the intent of collecting additional surveillance that is needed for evidence, and more often than not, they comply or they, are willing to help them out with that, and they will give them what they are asking for. Again, just look at our phones. How many apps, how many programs are we giving our information to on the daily? This is nothing new. As a mother of 5 children, I would support any measures that would help either bring my child home safely if something were to happen or to bring someone else's child home. In these moments, time is of the essence. I do not know what it's like to be an officer, but I have plenty of friends and family who are or are former law enforcement. And I'll tell you, the feeling of guilt, sadness, fear, and frustration are ones all too many officers feel over time with cases, especially with lost opportunities to catching offenders. I don't understand the pushback on law enforcement. I really don't. And then one point I wanted to make that with the voting tonight, I just wanted to point out one thing is it's a little confusing to me when we had a council member suggesting removing the data collected entirely. The reason why this is confusing and a bit ironic is when the idea or the push for accountability with law enforcement was also made. I know it's not what ultimately happened with the votes. However, I think it's important to see how that contradicts itself. Getting rid of data would actually put officers in a place of liability. If a case moves forward, they would need to provide the proof that a hit was initially made. That gives them what they need to approach a situation safely as well. But another point is, technically speaking, any officer then could claim a hit was made with zero evidence. I'm thinking about this as an evidence point. When something moves forward, someone's going to want to know, I want proof that a hit was made on me. I want proof that this happened. And that would be taking all of that away, essentially zero reference point. And again, what would happen if someone that, there was a hit made would request that information? If you want the evidence to support their work, you wouldn't be denouncing saving data. Not sure why there's a push to protect criminals' information or data over our own officers and potential victims. I fully trust the judgment of Chief Fry, Deputy Chief Plessis, and their team, and believe they are truly prioritizing the well-being of our officers.
Ms. Hermosillo, your
I
time
couldn't see
has-
the clock,
your
sorry.
Your time's expired. You just have to ask leave from the council to have an extension.
I just have one more sentence and I'll be done. If I could get a little bit more time, please.
All
We-
in favor, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, you get your sentence.
Okay. We need to trust the experts and ask you strongly to consider the benefits that have proven to outweigh the negative. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Josiah Royce, and he is also speaking about LPR.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's getting late, so I'd like to say this will be quick, but due to the tension of this topic, you might be surprised I will use that whole 5 minutes. I took some notes just because I didn't want to forget, and I'm in opposition to, what the last speaker just said. I'm in strong agreement with the arguments, first and foremost, that both Alderman Blessum and Scott Samuelson made. Excellent points. I agree with everything that they said before the vote went through. But I'd like to point out some things for reference. Everybody can argue hypotheticals all day long, and we can summarize things that way. But let's go off of just the line of logic, shall we? So would anybody be opposed to say, what about pedestrian cops? How do they, locate somebody that's got a warrant out? Perhaps next we should be forced to wear like an ID badge with a barcode around our neck, hanging like a necklace, and so that cops can have like those, glasses and stuff that could just scan it instantly. Wouldn't that be good? I don't want to do that, but by that same line of logic, we could do that. Furthermore, as far as this whole argument about officer safety goes, I have some stats to report on that, as well as, again, the line of logic. Wouldn't it just be safer to remove our rights entirely, including the Second Amendment? Wouldn't that inevitably make cops safer? Is that the goal? Is that your guys' job? Who do you guys work for? You work for the people, not the police. The police are a function that is supposed to serve the people. I got a little far from the mic. So in being mindful of serving the people, some of the stats that I pulled up, according to my research, at every given traffic stop, it is statistically consistent over the last 30 years, 5 times more likely that the cop shoots and kills the driver than the stats of the for the 5 times more likely for a cop to kill an unarmed driver or passenger in the vehicle than it is for armed and unarmed passengers to kill the cop combined. And if I need to say that one more time, think about that. 5 times more likely. So when you guys talk about, officer safety, this, that, and the other, the safest thing possible is to avoid the conflict. The safest thing possible for everybody, for all parties involved, is to not pull people over unless it's actually an emergency. You guys heard me talk plenty last year about constitutional rights and necessary law enforcement. And I'm an advocate for the constitutional sheriff's movement. You guys have heard me talk a great deal about that. That's one of the reasons why. They don't pull people over all the time for every little thing. And this is one example of how that can turn ugly and it becomes a slippery slope. Let's reference a little bit of fiction just for the fun of it, since we all get it. Anybody ever seen King Kong, Jurassic Park? The very concept of that, even though it's fiction, we've seen it in true life as well. The thought about putting a leash on a monster and saying, don't worry, we got to control it. Oh, do you really? Well, there's been numerous examples online. You can find them of these systems making errors, and I can attest to my own personal experiences. I got pulled over. I was out of state, somewhere where they already had this technology. And the cop came up very agitated, 2:30 in the morning. And it felt like a dangerous encounter because of his aggression. What was it about? Well, I was driving a green Chevy, and it came back on his license plate reader that it was a red Ford. So immediately he's coming at me with the agitation that I'm, operating under a felony, a stolen vehicle or a false plate or something like that. That raises tensions immediately. And I know there's arguments that can be made for safety, but again, good arguments are made earlier. I can put a tracking device on my kid. I can put a tracking device on my girlfriend or wife, especially if I don't tell them. But that's just a joke. Anyway, the point is, these things, that the ends do not justify the means. We need to err on the side of freedom. Let me be perfectly clear. I don't trust the government at all, and I've got plenty of reason to. So I know I'm running out of time, but I'll give a hard example. I've told some of you guys about it before. I had a customer who was pulled over for made-up reasons. She was a pretty blonde woman. She was then molested and abused by the cop. Oh, sorry, the cameras weren't working. Terrible. Right, cameras weren't working. Well, anyway, she hired a private investigator, jumped through all the hoops and did everything. By the end of it, bringing the case against the cop, 158 other women came forward, and guess what? They were all of them blonde. So the point is, he can use that license plate reader to target his type, and he can use it that way. So officer safety, how about everybody's safety? Let's not over-patrol, let's not over-control the public. I think the worst crimes committed in 2025 in our part of the country, in this part of the state, I should say, were by the Minot PD. And that's why Chief Klug was let go, amongst other murders and suicides and things that took place. I see I'm out of time. May I have just 30 seconds more?
Moved and seconded to add 30 seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. So to be clear, like I said, I don't trust the government. And we got a new chief of police. Does that mean we have no more corruption in this police department? Remember, I've also told stories up here about a friend of mine whose girlfriend was molested and violently struck by Minot PD. And of course, without a paper trail, since he didn't write her a ticket or anything, what is she going to go off of? You know how hard it is to sue the police and get an open records request and stuff? It's not what people think it is. I've got 2 open lawsuits against the Minot PD, and there is not one lawyer in all of North Dakota that would take the case. Not because it wasn't a viable case, but they simply won't piss in their own pool. Sorry for the crude reference. They won't do it. So when people say, oh, we can have policies that protect things, policies don't undo the damage. They don't prevent the damage. And I'll give the best example real quick. Mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. Isn't that weird? The policy doesn't do jack squat to prevent the mass shooting. You know what it does? An armed populace. And so my point with that is, if these cameras are going to be looking at us, we should be able to look at them too. Or let's just not have them. Let's not have this technology. Let's not go there. That's the accountability I'm asking for. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Melissa Ferris talking about Axon LPRs.
I bought a few notes, but did everybody get all my emails? Because I've got a whole bunch of links from the U.S. Supreme Court and the Carpenter v. U.S. to stuff from the ACLU. I'm trying to go ahead and track down all the civil rights lawyers that one Open Me First was mentioning that have commented on this stuff publicly, and a number of other things, but I have to wonder at the competency of whoever recommended these license plate readers. Just to give a little bit of information, Terry v. Ohio, or the Terry Stop, basically came into place with the idea that law enforcement could not detain or search a person without reasonable articulable suspicion. And these license plate readers, even though they're mounted on squad cars, openly violate that. One of my friends needed to know, and this is important, was this passed as an ordinance or an administrative act? That's my first note for my friend, and I don't want to lose my time, but she did need to know that. She said it was important, but to get back, I mean, so if you could answer that when I'm done with my time, I'd appreciate it. But to get back to this, I understand that the attractiveness of this to law enforcement is a tremendous revenue-generating stream. They can see every tag that's out of date. They can basically deal with anybody that's doing any unauthorized political or religious activities, like the people that dared to have church or small group while COVID was going on. The ACLU and some other organizations have recorded law enforcement using these these mobile license plate readers to go ahead and harass everybody that was parked outside of a mosque, everybody that was parked outside of a gay bar. They decided to blackmail. They caught a couple of members of law enforcement using these license plate readers to stalk people. Just a number of charming things. I can understand during an emergency situation like an Amber Alert, having some sort of ordinance or situation have these things turned on. But the things, in all the discussion I heard, nothing was there to stop this data from getting in the hands of corporations or people that could buy or sell. There was nothing about hardening this stuff up against hackers. That's one of the other items I know I sent you, was basically some people who do network security basically deem these flock cameras and license plate readers as Netflix for stalkers. The Children's Health Defense video basically discusses how there is an online game where people take something and they go hunting for how many Wi-Fi passwords they can steal. It's that easy to hack a lot of our recent technology, and you picture that somebody's able to hack this domestically just to harass or to hound somebody or to stop stuff like union activity or other political activity they don't want. Picture what it'd be like for a foreign actor or state actor like somebody from China or North Korea to basically take this license plate data and use it to blackmail service members or other people that they want to get information from. It's not a good thing. The data is not secure. Every time they look into it, they found cameras that the city had ordered turned off that were turned on. They found one company that was supplying cameras, had over 100 of them put up without a permit. As far as stationary goes, with squad cars, I don't know the violations specifically. It's the general stuff that I read, but this stuff, it's just ridiculous. One of the things that one of the links had was a map about what this coverage looked like, how it just literally covered a whole city, even though it was on a limited number of squad cars, just like you're describing. I mean, it's one thing after another that we don't want. It's a brave new world. In one of the videos I sent, there is the well-known dystopia news clip of the rich, affluent lady whose truck had cameras, and she had to use her own footage to basically get herself out of trouble because the cops didn't do the work good enough, and they just saw a blonde woman and tried to charge her with package theft. As far as the mounted license plate readers go, there was a mother in a minivan with her 6-year-old daughter and a bunch of other kids that were held at gunpoint. Kid was permanently traumatized because the automatic license plate reader misread her minivan as a stolen motorcycle in another state. There's a number of other situations like that. The ACLU documents a woman with bad knees who was forced to kneel and be held at gunpoint because they thought her burgundy vehicle was a stolen gray vehicle of a different make. I think it was the difference between a sedan and an SUV. I mean, apparently the police get so used to this technology that they don't do their due diligence, like reading the whole plate. In another case, a woman
Ms.
got in.
Ferris, your 5 minutes is up. If you would like to continue, to have to ask for leave from the city council.
I'd like to ask for leave from the city council.
Moved and seconded for 30 seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Thank you. There is another case of a video I sent of a woman who's basically got a new vanity plate for her husband. She's all excited, and she puts it in the back window because her brackets on her car are broken, and she got pulled over because apparently that plate she'd just gotten from the DMV was both reading as hers and a stolen vehicle. I mean, it's one thing after another. The email I sent you, the two with the CBS stuff, one has a written article and one has the video in it. They found over 30.
Your additional time is expired.
All I can say is please do your homework before you do this stuff. It might sound great to this as a salesman pitches it, but in real life it doesn't always work so well.
Our next speaker is Mike Nason, I believe, also talking about APR.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm here tonight to say a few words in support of automated plate readers. I'm Mike Nason. I spent a career in law enforcement. There's a case that still haunts me today. Back in September of '93, I was a young special agent with the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation. I reported to work on the morning of the 27th and found the command center had been stood up at BCI headquarters in conjunction with the FBI. I was briefed that a woman named Donna Martz had been abducted from a Bismarck hotel. I observed 2 pictures of the suspects posted on the board in the command center. Pictures were of a Bradley Martin and Carolyn King. My heart sank in disbelief. I had run into Bradley and King the day before coming out of Menards. Following that lead, we determined that they had purchased duct tape and rope at Menards. The blank stares told me that something wasn't right, but that's not probable cause. For days, the FBI tracked the movement of the perpetrators by monitoring the activity of Donna Mart's credit card. October 5th, California Highway Patrol spotted the Martz vehicle outside of San Diego. Chase ensued all the way to Yuma, Arizona. Martin and King were taken into custody. Donna Martz was not in the vehicle. Investigation revealed that Martz was forced out of the vehicle in Nevada desert, ordered to undress, and was murdered. An automated plate reader system would have given Donna Martz a chance. I believe that we would have caught them prior to leaving North Dakota, and Donna Martz would have survived this ordeal. In July 11th of 2023, Janet Wanner went missing in West Fargo. Her vehicle's still not been located, her credit cards have not been used, her bank accounts not accessed. She went missing a year before the Fargo area instituted automatic plate readers. I'd like to praise you for instituting this policy, placing some trust in Police Chief Fry and his command staff. I just want to say that sometimes people have little or no family or few friends. In my career, I've seen several times when someone doesn't start missing someone for several days to a week. In such cases, relying on abbreviated automated plate data can prove to be of no assistance. Should your family or loved ones go missing, you will want law enforcement to do everything in their power to find them and bring them home safely. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Offhurst from Pringle Herrickstead, talking about alcohol ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor Janser, City Council. Appreciate the time that everybody has spent on these alcohol ordinances. We all know it's been a lot of hard work. I just wanted to touch a little bit on the change that was made tonight on the supper club change. And of course, we'll take a look at this when the revisions come out, probably in March, when the city attorney gets those done. My concern is that this change is the equivalent of creating another retail liquor license. And as Councilman Blessum pointed out, that type of license is going to be at a fraction of the cost as what the retail liquor licenses cost. And so we want to, my clients, the Magic City Retail Beverage Group is likely would be opposed to that due to that concern that there's another that this, I'm sorry, it's 10 o'clock, that this change really creates another retail liquor license with less barriers than what they have. Also, we're looking forward to take a look at that draft of the special event permits. We want to see equal enforcement for the requirement for the type of the license that somebody already holds. And again, appreciate everybody's time and work that's gone into this, and hope you have a good evening. Thanks.
That concludes our personal appearances, and we will move on to miscellaneous and discussion items. That is 8.1, which is the MACEDC, Minot Area Chamber EDC 2025 City of Minot Contract Report Presentation. I thank the board members and employees who have stayed through this whole meeting to get to this point. Please proceed.
Okay. Mayor Janser and members of City Council, thank you for the opportunity to present a recap from the MACEDC work that we do on behalf of the City of Minot contract for 2025. A full written report has been provided for you and is included in the packet. It's nearly 40 pages, so I'll try to keep it high level. I know we've been going at this for 5 hours now, so obviously the Chamber EDC is proud to serve the city's contract and the work that we do for economic development, workforce development, and military support through Task Force 21. Tonight's update will highlight the investment and translate that into the measurable outcomes, strategic positioning, and long-term value that we provide for the city of Minot. Our work is guided by our 5-year strategic plan, which you guys are all very well aware of, and evaluated against the clear metrics and measurements that the City Council has set forth in our contract each year. For 2025, I'm proud to say that we've met or exceeded all expectations across our 3 pillars that are part of our partnership with the City of Minot. I got the clicker. So our mission is obviously we're here to advocate for and invest in the business activity by being a collaborative partner in the community focused on improving the quality of life for all. We do this as our vision is to be the go-to organization for the business community to drive key initiatives that build and strengthen our economy. I want to give just a pause here to our board of directors. We have a small team at the Chamber EDC, and really it's the volunteers not only that serve on our board of directors and represent key sectors across our community, but it is our volunteers that serve on various committees that help us advance and move things forward. Ryan Ackerman served as our chair this past year, and you can see the makeup of the rest of the board for 2025. Our team itself is included here, and this is a team as of 2025. We have a new team member that's here with us tonight that started this past week, but since this is our last year's report, I've kept it to the team there. You guys are probably aware that we do have a contract with the North Dakota Department of Transportation for motor vehicle services, and that is a revenue stream into the chamber side of our organization. So I do include our team members there as they are part of MACEDC. As we look at our strategic plan, I just want to call out all 5 of our key pillars. Obviously, the City of Minot supports 3 of these directly in our contract. The community development work that we do is supportive of many of our partners across the community and focuses more on the quality of life. Our member investor services is going to be more your typical Chamber of Commerce. And military support is actually split out 2 different ways. The city contract specifically supports Task Force 21. Our other efforts that we do, whether it be Operation Homebound, where we send airmen home, raise money for the squadrons, do military appreciation events, that's all tied under the programming side with the Chamber EDC, and we do not put city funds into that side of the house. We get community and business support to help us do that work. I do want to call out really quickly, too, that as we as an organization come forward each year with our budget request, we do work very hard to be fiscally responsible and seek out other revenue sources. For economic development, we receive funds from the City of Minot, from Ward County, the Logistics Park of North Dakota Development, our intermodal lease operator, privately raised funds, sponsorship, and program fees for things like our Startup Minot Academy, which is our entrepreneurship programming that we do. So we do seek out other funds outside of the City of Minot for economic development. For workforce development, The city of Minot added that to our contract a couple of years ago. We also received this past legislative session money from the state of North Dakota through the RWIP program through the Department of Commerce, which is the Regional Workforce Impact Program grant. And we also have piloted different partnerships and have had businesses support us in that way too. When it comes to military support, through Task Force 21 specifically, we receive funds from the city of Minot, the state of North Dakota, privately raised funds, and our Nuclear Triad Symposium sponsors that we seek out each year. So I'm going to spotlight just a couple of things here under the economic development side. And again, the report goes into much more detail as far as key metrics and things that we're tracking there. The way that the report is broken out, it'll take our strategic plan and show the metrics and measurements that have been set by the board. Then we also have provided in there the details that are in our City of Minot contract and how we've met each of those deliverables. So I won't go line by line there. I'll focus a little bit higher level on the work that we do in economic development. We are really focused on the foundational projects that diversify the economy and really work to attract those outside dollars into our community. We work on macroeconomic efforts, and I'll use a couple of them here. Logistics, obviously we're in the center of North America, and we have some barriers to moving our commodities out to other markets. And so we've tackled that with our intermodal service. And as you guys know, this year we had a large announcement tied to the natural gas solutions that we've been working for a number of years. So with those big efforts, sometimes it takes time, and I'm happy to say that we've had some big wins here. The Minot Intermodal Facility continues to be a strong economic asset to the community. 2025 marked our 5th year of continuous operations. We have contractually met all of our obligations with the City of Minot Business Incentive Agreement, which we have in place when we purchased the land from the city, and we've exceeded those deliverables. Activity grew to 48 trains this past year, with over 10,000 containers shipped out of our site. And again, the Chamber EDC owns that asset and pays the city property taxes and provides additional revenue to the city with that. We have grown that operations 3.5 times. We've seen 3.5 times growth since 2022. So we continue to move on the right direction there. This facility actually positions Minot as a regional logistics hub. We are the only intermodal site in North Dakota. We have very strategic partnerships not only with BNSF, but also the Northwest Seaport Alliance, where our containers go directly to the ports of Tacoma and Seattle. And it is really helping our value-added ag, energy, and manufacturing through that site. The Logistics Park in North Dakota is the asset that the Chamber EDC owns, which is a little over 700 acres of land, which would be to the north of our intermodal site. With that, in October of 2025, the North American Iron Project was announced, and it's the first of its kind with a pig iron facility that's being planned for East Minot. In this multi-year primary sector investment has national significance for the U.S. steel production, supply chain resiliency, and also Department of War priorities with reducing our reliance on foreign adversary countries. So a lot of big parts tied to that. Along with the North American Iron Project, also in 2025, the North Dakota Pipeline Authority announced the Minot Industrial Pipeline in September at the North Dakota Petroleum Council annual meeting. That is bringing natural gas from Tioga to the Minot facility, and the work that WBI Energy is doing in that space is moving forward and is on track and actually a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great to see. So, as we also have engaged in other efforts, I just want to call out, it's not only just the major announcements that we were able to make this past year, but we're doing work in value-added agriculture, data center development, looking at what that means for our region and what do we actually tie in there. We're working a number of actually energy and Department of War priorities. There is a huge reliance under this, focus under this administration to really move business into the United States and take away the reliance on our foreign adversaries. So we also have defense-related manufacturing tied to national security priorities that are in the pipeline too. Our Minot Industrial Pipeline obviously is one that we'll stay focused on. And you guys have seen some of the timelines presented with that project. We'll continue to keep you up to date as far as on that because there's a lot of moving parts. And we are happy to answer questions on that at any time. But for sake of time tonight, I'll keep moving forward. So we also do work not only to support the major sectors, but also to support small businesses. And so as we look at that, we're really trying to build our ecosystem through some of the training programs that we offer. A few years ago, we started a program called Startup Minot. And each month we spotlight entrepreneurs. We've had over 250 attendees at that event through 2025. And then we offer 2 cohorts throughout the year, one in the spring and one in the fall. And they're a 10-week course that trains entrepreneurs. And we had 17 graduates from that program. And those are businesses that are opening, and we're trying to help train those entrepreneurs and support their efforts in building out business in our community. I think we're still taking applications for the spring course that's coming up in 26, but again, we'll focus on 25 for this. You guys, through some of the work that was talked about on the Economic Development Committee, we did really kind of focus on showcasing what our business retention and expansion program is. Many economic development organizations have a program like this. We've not only look at those that are registered with the state of North Dakota that are primary sector businesses, but we expand out into other industries, our oil and gas partners, other manufacturing, value-added ag. So we can really dive in and understand what are the barriers for growth and business in that sector. So we've exceeded our contract obligations with the city and had 50 BR&E individual meetings. And you guys received that report from us that kind of quantifies that information, but removes the specific comments from a business. We provide that to you twice a year. So if you ever have questions on that, you can always ask myself or our economic development specialist, Mark Lyman, who runs that program for us. And then as we work, we also have been bringing in additional contracts and funding to help support other development into our area. Through regional growth and partnerships, we helped to secure the North Dakota Department of Agriculture, the Regional Livestock Planning Grant that went to Service Basin Planning Council. We've been a partner with the city on a number of the different committees. And we also have been part of a Bush Foundation grant that was brought in to help pilot food warehouse studies for our area. As we look at workforce development, this is again one that it was added onto our contract a few years ago, and you guys have heard me say it before, but there's not a cookie cutter solution to workforce development. So what we're working really hard to do is build out those strategic partnerships. We still maintain and have our talent portal, which is actually very heavily used by military families moving into our community. We've included some of the metrics as far as where we're seeing some of that traffic coming in. We have had individuals actually move into our community based on that program. And we know with workforce, with the low unemployment rate, the high participation, we are not going to solve workforce without being very creative and attracting people into our community. When we look at the strategic partnerships, thank you to Alderwoman Olson for your leadership on the Child Care Committee. I know that we serve on that as well. Child care is a big part of workforce development. We're also hearing a lot of conversations with our partners across the state on housing. Where workforce, childcare, housing are kind of all coming together because they're all in high demand for finding solutions for that. And I will say that we worked very hard to advocate for our pipeline of keeping people here and bringing people into our community. One of the examples would be the advocacy work that we did on behalf of Minot State University, Dakota College of Botano, and Trinity Health this last legislative session, bringing millions of dollars, nearly $9 million, into our community as we advocated for the Regional Healthcare Center. Actually, the first half of the session didn't make it into the State Board of Higher Ed budget. So there's a lot of legislative work that went on too to bring funding into our community, but we know that those pipelines, we have a better chance of keeping those students in our community when we help support the education pipeline. We also helped and worked with Minot State as they've added in additional programs that Dr. Shirley has spotlighted, I think, throughout the community, but the engineering program is a great example. That's us listening to industry, looking for opportunities of where we can continue to build those pipelines and bring people into Minot and keep them here. We, in partnership with many community partners, completed the digital childcare resource guide in 2025, and we also completed a relocation guide and resource guide for new families for Minot Air Force Base this past year. As we look at the military support, this is really kind of efforts that are tied to Task Force 21. There is a lot of activity that happens in this space, and I can tell you that our work here is going to continue to elevate as we prepare for some of the major modernization projects that are underway. A couple of wins for the community as a whole. Not only do we still can proudly say that we're the home of the Air Force Global Strike Command Barksdale Trophy, but in 2025, Minot was recognized as one of the Association of Defense Communities, Great American Defense Communities, one of 3 nationally across all branches, not just the Air Force, but all branches of military. That gave us an opportunity at multiple venues in Washington, D.C., California, to spotlight why Minot is a place you want to retire and stay after your years of service. It allowed us to have a voice on a national stage in a different space and have an association recognize our community. I know Mayor Mark Janser had the wing commanders here just recently to provide a state of the base and spotlight that award. So thank you, Mayor Janser, for doing that and for your continued leadership on Task Force 21. Task Force 21 has 10 volunteers that give tirelessly of their time. And when I say that, this is a group that is very strategically engaged in the right places. We have 2 task force members that serve on the North Dakota Military Commission. Governor Armstrong is hyper-focused on making North Dakota the most military-friendly state in the nation. And with that work, we're reducing licensing barriers, looking at things legislatively each session that we can be doing. We also track the top 10 Department of War priorities to ensure that we're aligned, and those change every single year. So we work hard through the North Dakota Military Commission on that. We have 2 members there. We have 3 members that serve on the Strategic Deterrent Coalition Board of Directors, which represents all 3 legs of the nuclear triad. We have 4 members that are active Air Force Global Strike Command civic leaders. We have a couple of emeritus members of that group as well, which means the command that we are under at Minot Air Force Base, our civic leaders are invited to the same senior leader conferences as our commanders, and we have really great strategic engagements there to help us as we're prioritizing what the community can do to support the current missions, future missions, and the modernization projects we know are coming. We also have, I'm honored to the Secretary, at the request of the Secretary of the Air Force, serve on the U.S. Air and Space Force Civic Leaders Group. And that allows us, again, to have very thoughtful conversations with key leaders. It is going to be critically important that we're connected at all levels as we prepare for these modernization projects. And I've said it here before, but I'll say it again. Minot is not Minot without Minot Air Force Base. The economic impact of Minot Air Force Base is $651 million last in 24. We will, in February, at our Military Affairs Committee meeting, roll out the 25 economic impact. I don't have that to share with you tonight. But from 23 to 24, it was up $30 million. And I can tell you we're seeing businesses come in already to support like the Sentinel program and other programs. We are going to be working very hard. So a couple other wins that we had this past year, we hosted our 14th annual Nuclear Triad Symposium in Washington, D.C. We switched venues because we were at capacity and had a waiting list the year prior. So we had a new venue, able to educate and advocate at a higher level and bring more people in under the Task Force 21 umbrella as we've talked about all of the things that are happening with nuclear deterrence, the current environment that we're in. We also hosted a legislative briefing for state legislators to give them a line of sight on what's coming with Sentinel, and not only Sentinel, but the other modernization projects. We helped to secure this past legislative session a grant for $600,000 to support Minot Area Chamber EDC's efforts in Task Force 21. So the state is also investing in and getting behind the communities that support installations. The economic impact of Minot Air Force Base is over half of the state's military economic impact. So it is a big deal, and we're only going to continue to see that rise. We also partner with the city of Minot to secure the OLDCC grant that you guys entered into a sub-recipient agreement with us tonight, but that happened in 2025 as well. And so the other thing too is we did stand up a Sentinel working group in 2025. Our Sentinel office at Minot Air Force Base stood up. We also stood up our Sentinel working group, and we'll be working hard to get into the conversations that are critical right now. That program, as you probably know, has been reset. In 2025, there's a lot of activity around it. We only can expect that to continue to increase as we roll into the next year. Again, there's way more accomplishments and things spotlighted there. We had 95 strategic engagements and continue to do a lot of work in this space. But again, it's not just on the heels of our team. We have 10 community volunteers, some that have been doing this for decades, to build out those relationships so we can have the right conversations and help to prepare the community for the workforce that's going to be needed, secure those continued missions, and see these modernization projects all the way through. That kind of gives you an idea of what we've been doing there. I know it's late. They told me to try to keep to 10 to 15 minutes. It's a lot to cover, a whole year's worth of work in that time, and I want to be respectful of your guys' time. But in closing, the Chamber EDC fulfilled and exceeded contractual obligations in our 2025 professional services agreement. Our partnership, we want to continue to work with the city. We appreciate that we have that opportunity again this year. We want to continue to compete it nationally for the investments to come into our community, address workforce constraints, and do everything we can to support our military. Not only Minot Air Force Base, the National Guard is doing more in this area and supports the state as a whole. We have a lot of opportunities there, and we also have a lot of opportunities with veterans. So as we lay down some of the critical groundwork that happened this past year with major industrial development, major modernization projects underway, we want to continue to build that sustainable economic resilience for our community. I thank you for your partnership, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Very well, thank you. Any questions for Rebecca? I see none. You must have done a great job. Covered a lot of ground.
I thought someone was going to ask if I ordered a pizza or anything for anyone, but I did not. So hopefully we'll wrap soon. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Yep, thank you very much. Okay, moving on.
Mr. Mayor, I have one thing I'd just like to touch on.
I'm sorry, Alderman Pittner.
So, just under miscellaneous and discussion items, one thing I wanted to touch on, I've taken a few phone calls and have had my ear bent a couple times about an action we took on an item at our last council meeting, and that was Sunset Boulevard. And I just want to be very clear for the public, and I want truth to be out there and facts to be out there. The city did not commit or allocate any funds towards this project. The city is moving this conversation forward. The funding tools or mechanisms are still very much up for debate, as well as whether or not that project will even move forward. Truthfully, those are the types of conversations that I had envisioned a land development committee working on. Without that in place, those conversations, I believe, have to happen at this table. But again, I just wanted citizens to have accurate information since there's been a lot of misinformation being spun out there a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 9, the liaison report. So we'll start with Alderman Hayes.
I had the opportunity last week to meet with members of Minot Police Department and Minot Engineering Department in regards to the remodel at the police station to trim down the. We had 7 applicants for architectural and engineering, and trim that down to 3, which we have on February 5th. We have our final interviews to choose who the city will be working with.
Okay, Alderman Fuller.
Thank you. I had the LEPC meeting first Thursday of the month. It was another good meeting. I had the library board meeting and Ward County Planning Commission last week on Thursday. Lots of Rice Lake discussions still and ordinance discussions at Ward County Planning Commission. And then last Monday, Alderman Samuelson, Alderman Blessum, and myself, we took 8 dozen donuts down to the PD for Law Enforcement Appreciation, which was the Friday before. But anyway, we just wanted to make sure that they were recognized and they know that the council and we're here for them. We're listening to them.
Thank you for doing that. Alderman Samuelson.
I had a child care committee meeting, and well, since our last meeting, 2 Ward County Planning Commission meetings, and yeah, there is a lot of talk about Rice Lake.
My information was covered in my report. Alderman Pittner.
Just one visit Minot board meeting. I was unable to attend our last tournament committee meeting due to conflicts with the Ward County co-op meeting with City Council, but you guys were all there, so I think you guys know what was covered, and that's it.
Alderman Blessing.
Last Friday was Commission on Aging. Good updates, budgets all approved, everything rolling forward there. Transportation development plan, transportation development plan continued. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get here today for our the community meeting. I'll hopefully be able to make tomorrow's meeting, and I'll get an update from the team on that. But that process is moving forward. I think we've got our 4th meeting that will be in the first part of February, if I remember right. So that process is moving, and you know, there aren't easy answers as we expected. Transit is tough across the entire country, and we're going to be no exception to that. So we will have funding woes and everything that's associated with it going forward. Thanks.
Okay, Alderman Olson.
December 18th, attended Source Basin Planning Council Loan Review Committee, and then that afternoon, Central Dakota MPO Executive Board meeting. And on January 6th, as Alderman Samuelson mentioned, the Committee on Child Care met and primarily looked at the survey results that were shared with you earlier. That's everything.
Okay, and I would just add at the end, we have an MPO meeting coming up, I think this Thursday, here a couple of days, so. All right, if there's not anything else, we're on to item number 10.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, we adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.